Hello, and welcome to this, our 215th live stream, Amalgamated Lamentations. If you have, and this is, of course, a nod to our Monday video, which was the talking about literary amalgamations. If you haven't seen that video already, please go back after the live stream's over and have a look. Okay, so anyway, we are here Friday night to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. And what we're going to do tonight is we are just going to get into questions, okay? And we're going to read the rules, and then we're going to get right into it, okay? First rule, super chats have priority. A super chat won't guarantee that we take your question, but it will guarantee that we see your question, okay? So this is the same as on every YouTube channel everywhere, all right? We also take non-super chat questions as well. But in those cases, we need the Q and the colon, so we know it's directed to us, okay? If there's no Q, no colon, we don't see it, it might as well not exist, all right? If you post a non-super chat question, we ask that you only post it once. Question spamming will disqualify your question for the night, okay? Also, if it's something related to the Bible somehow, we ask that you give us a little bit of context. So, please give us what book it's in, what chapter, and what verse. And then we also take non-super chat sponsorships too, okay? So if you want to sponsor a non-super chat, you can do so. We ask that you put the question, repeat the question in your super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. Makes everything easier. And then finally, one question per chat, because question stacking is a problem, and we don't want to deal with 10 questions in a single super chat, okay? It's not fair to everyone, okay? So, that said, let's get into questions. Whoa, everything is small. Okay. First one here. Should we announce the we're working on? All right. But one other thing, we weren't going to do an advertisement, and we're really not going to do an advertisement. And oh, just a second here, cuz technical issue I need to address. Some. All right, I'm back. Yeah, the stream's gotten quiet. Had to deal with a technical issue here. All right. Okay, which is, you all know, we published a book here, and not to advertise it further, but we're working on the audiobook. So a lot of you guys have been asking for an audiobook version, and we just want to let you guys know that, yeah, we decided to go ahead with that, and, you know, we're listening to our users and our subscribers, and yeah, we're going to go ahead and do an audio version. Might not be very good. We'll see how it turns out, but hey, we're hoping for the best here. Okay? All right. I like the sound of that. Well, I hope it turns out, okay? That's what we're hoping for. We are going to be doing it ourselves, okay? We looked at the pricing, how much it takes to cost out an audiobook, and it was prohibitively expensive. It's like $350 to $400 to get a professional narrator to do it. At 9 hours, yeah, we're not affording that. So we're doing it ourselves. So, but at least it will be an audiobook. All right? So, CVMS DOS, something is up with YouTube. I never get notified of the screen, but I just show up, laugh out loud. This is something that's been happening recently. YouTube has been shadow banning anybody who they don't like. Okay? So, yeah, this has become a huge problem on YouTube. We have noticed that our subscriber count has dropped by 25%. because of the YouTube shadow bans. And the YouTube shadow bans are basically, they're using AI to weed out the channels that don't give them the largest amount of revenue. So this is a way of YouTube trying to streamline its revenue, get more people to see their high cost ads. Okay, so yeah, it would be it's tough. It's tough to be a YouTube channel right now. So Darkblade asks, so the narrator and all the characters will technically be voice acted by Doctor and producer Falk? No, just Doctor. Tried to ask her, but she didn't want to do it. So just me. Just me. All right. And I'm not a professional voice actor, so this is going to be interesting. Okay? All right. Yeah, yeah, YouTube does present a lot of problems. All right, so let's get into the questions here. Our first question is going to be here from Claude Goulding. He goes, hello, Dr. Falk. I hope all is well. My question that I have for you is, which pharaoh's reign is contemporary to Abraham's visit in Egypt? Thanks and God bless. The quick answer to that is we don't know. The problem is Abraham visited Egypt during the 13th dynasty. And the problem with the 13th dynasty is you had a lot of short reign kings. Most of the kings in the 13th dynasty reigned for 2 or 3 years. So that is such a short period of reigning, that it could be one of 20 kings. It really could be one of 20, 30 kings. So we have no way of actually knowing which reign would be contemporary with Abraham per se. Now, we do know this, that because Abraham was contemporary with Hammurabi, and Hammurabi is contemporary with Neferhotep I, it would have had to have been one of the kings either before or after Neferhotep I. And that's about as close as we can narrow it down. Now, Neferhotep I was actually one of the longest reigning kings of the 13th dynasty. He reigned for about 10 years. So that was considered to be a really long reign for a 13th dynasty king. So that's kind of where we're at with this, is we just don't know for sure, but that's sort of the range we're talking about here. Bonbon asks, why were the kings' reigns so short in the 13th dynasty? We have no idea. How were they overthrown, military or common people? If the latter, using what tools? They had no weapons. We don't know. We don't know why the reigns were so short. There's been a lot of possibilities floated out. One possibility that was floated out was that these were, say, that the power structure of the 13th dynasty sort of changed between, so they rotated kings. That was one really not so great theory, but other theories that have been floated was that there was a lot of assassination going on. So we just don't know. We just don't know. And I wish we did know, but we do know that there were a lot of kings in the 13th dynasty. We've got their cartouches, we've got seal impressions, we've got they're recorded in Manethos. So we have a lot of evidence that there were a lot of kings in the 13th dynasty. We just don't know. And they all ruled from the same place. That's the remarkable thing. They all ruled from the same sort of seat of power, which is Ichitawi. So it isn't even like the city-state theory, where it's like parallel dynasties. Parallel dynasties doesn't solve this problem at all, because all of these kings are ruling from the same capital city. So, yeah, Ryan says many went the Brutus route. Yeah, that may be. That's possible. So we just don't know. We just don't know why, but uh Darkblade asks if so many rain lengths were so short, what prevented them from quickly just running out of heirs altogether? That's a possibility too, that they might have. But again, we don't have enough data here to really know for sure what's going on. So all we know right now of the 13th dynasty is that there was a lot of kings. The reign lengths were exceptionally short. We have no idea why. Oh, and we also know that they all ruled from the same place. Okay, so that's sort of the limits of our knowledge here on this. They didn't leave us a lot of text from the 13th dynasty. So Ancient History Gamer says maybe they were older men or were knocked off. Yeah, possible. Possible. All right. So that I hope that answers your question for Abraham's Pharaoh the best that we can. Next question here is from Pablo Marquez. What is the etymology of the word Asherah? We don't know. All right. So that's yeah, we're batting 1,000 today. Questions where people the hey, every answer today is going to be answered with I don't know. Here's what we know. We do know that there is it is related. It's there's a relationship with Asherah of the Levant and Aserta of Mesopotamia, but we don't know how far back Aserta goes in Mesopotamia. It seems to be coincident with, say, Iron Age. Okay. Now, there's one other theory too, is that Asherah is related to Ashur, which is, or Asur. And Asur is the Egyptian word for Osiris. And what makes the connection there kind of interesting is both cults use a fetish pole. Now, what is a fetish pole? It's where you take a tree, you cut off all the branches, and you carve it into a fetish trunk. Okay, so it's kind of like a totem pole. Think a totem pole for Canaanite deities. All right. Asherah was said to have used a kind of fetish, and so was Osiris. So there may be some connection there between Asherah and Osiris, but depending on how far back Aserta goes, there could also be some relationship there between Asherah and Aserta as well. We just don't know. So, unfortunately, we're just going to have to bet 1,000 here and just go, hey, this one we don't know either. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know. The best that Wiktionary does is identify a Ugaritic cognate, adjret. Okay, here's the thing with Ugaritic, though. Ugaritic dates to the 13th century BC, so it's not a terribly old language in reference to, say, Akkadian or even Egyptian. So, yeah, it's a really tough. This is a really tough call. Really tough call. Okay. So, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. But it's an interesting question, and I wish we knew. All right, but we don't. Waiting for the next turn of the shuttle. We're always waiting for the next turn of the shuttle. I will take this one here from Darkblade at 8:22, and then we'll get into the super chats. And we don't actually have very many super chats tonight, so we might be actually going back into non-super chats. It could be a non-super chat night. Who knows? Okay, Darkblade says, is the Ethiopian church heretical for accepting Enoch, a piece of pseudepigrapha that teaches problematic things like Enoch himself being Messiah? No AT show tonight. I did talk to him earlier today, but I haven't seen him around otherwise. Now, we have to understand, be very clear what we mean by heretical. Okay, here's what it means when we say something is heretical. Heretical means that they are violating one of the core tenets of Christianity. And when you violate one of the core tenets, that means you're teaching another gospel, another Jesus, another God, or a sort of a corruption of humanity's place in the world. Okay? It's basically something that is serious enough to condemn a believer to hell. Non-believer. Okay? So, we have to be really, really careful on how we use this term heretical. Now, there's a better term that we can use in the case where they are doing problematic teachings that aren't, say, of such a serious nature that it would condemn someone to hell. And that is the term aberrant. Okay? So a church can have aberrant teachings or hold to aberrant scriptures and still be a Christian church. Just they have wrong teachings in certain areas. Okay? So, um, so just because the Ethiopian church embraces Enoch as apocrypha, it does not mean that the church itself is heretical. Okay. Now we also have to then look at what the nuance of Enoch is. Okay. Now it talks about Enoch being a Messiah. The problem here is going to be that there's the big M Messiah, which is Jesus Christ, and there are other kinds of messiahs too, the little m messiahs. And scripture does, in certain places, talk about little m messiahs. The most important example of this is in Isaiah, which talks about Cyrus the Great being a messiah for Israel. Okay? Now, it's not talking about Cyrus as being the incarnated Son of God and all that. It's talking about Cyrus as being a savior for the Israel from the Babylonians. Okay? So that's one of those things that I think is really sort of important to delineate here, is that Enoch, even though it's definitely pseudepigrapha, I don't think it's scripture. If Saul was an anointed, so he was kind of an anointed one, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Saul's another example of this. So, yeah, scripture does make these sort of types of messiahs and anointed ones and all that that aren't actually the final what would be called the antitype of the Messiah figure. Okay, so I think that's really sort of important to clarify here. So I think that the Ethiopian church is not heretical for accepting Enoch, in the same way that the Roman Catholic Church is not heretical for accepting Tobit. Okay? I mean, there's some weird practices in Tobit. You want to get right down to it. I mean, there's some really bizarre stuff in Tobit. Okay? So, but I wouldn't put the Roman Catholic Church in the bucket of heretical because of their strange acceptance of certain books, any more than I'd put the Ethiopian church in that sort of same basket. Okay? So I hope that helped answer the question. Again, it comes right down to what is the church teaching about God, about Christ, about the anthropology of man and their sin. Okay? So it really sort of gets down to that. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, let's get to the super chats here. And as I said, we don't have very many tonight, so we might get through this pretty fast. Striding Herbent, for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, doctor and producer. I pray all is well. Are there restrictions on what qualifies as prayer in the Christian faith? Yes, there are restrictions. Some of them are just common sense. If you're praying to the wrong god, yeah, that's not in the Christian faith. That would not qualify as prayer. So if you're praying to Baal, that might be that might be considered to be a non-Christian prayer. Okay. There's also some other things though too, like if you're praying out of say personal greed, like you pray for a Cadillac. You need transportation and you pray for a Cadillac. That would probably be a non-Christian prayer. That would be a restriction of, well, you don't need that. And you might get a Nissan Micra that backfires every 100 feet. But CPM VDOS. Please God, give me money because I deserve it because I'm so great. Yeah. That would probably disqualify the prayer. There's another situation too, which where a prayer can be disqualified as well. And that is when there's strife between a husband and a wife. Okay? And I think you see that in Corinthians, where if there's strife between husband and wife, that can also disqualify prayer. So Ryan says, don't pray like David does in Psalms. Please, God, strike down my enemies. Actually, no. That one's a bona fide. That's bona fide. It's called imprecatory prayer. And it's practiced both in the Old and the New Testament. Okay? So, there was, what was it? Brent Strawn, in his book, The Old Testament is Dying, has a really great section on imprecatory prayer. And he talks about these Old Testament prayers where it's, please God, strike down my enemies. And what Strawn does, which I think is so interesting, is that he shows that, okay, you got these imprecatory prayers in the Psalms, but then you also have them in the epistles. So, he shows that the very same prayers that are being done by David are being done by Paul or John. So there's the praying for overcoming your enemies is something that's in the Bible, both Old and New Testament. But here's the thing. Here's what makes that prayer so good. Here's what makes the imprecatory prayer so interesting, is that it leaves the ultimate outcome to God. It rests in the idea that, okay, I'm not going to get vengeance myself. Lord, you do it. Lord, if you think there's a reason here for vengeance, you do the vengeance. Vengeance is yours. So it's I'm not going to repeat that. but that's a lot of what's behind the imprecatory prayer. Is it's not you getting vengeance. If you get vengeance, it's just you. If God is exacting vengeance, then he's doing it with wisdom and justice and at the proper measure. Okay? So So it's one of those things where a imprecatory prayer is actually a bona fide Christian prayer, just like it was bona fide for David. Okay? So when we talk about the things that sort of disqualify prayer, we're really talking about things such as, what's your family life like? You know, am I in strife, and have I like failed to provide for my family? That sort of thing. Okay? That can sort of put your prayers on false ears. Prayers done for selfish reasons. You know, give me $1 million because it'll make me happy. That sort of thing. You know, praying to the wrong God, that will invalidate prayer too. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Gives you some insight into the world of prayer. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helps. Okay, Striding Harvent for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Once again, I'd like to thank you for answering these questions. Well, you're most welcome. That's why we're here. It is a privilege, and I am very grateful. The honor is ours. It's our privilege to answer your questions. How can a person with faith recognize a calling? I ask because I can be oblivious. All right. There's a couple. When we talk about calling, it's usually a calling to ministry, calling to an occupation, calling to a profession, a calling to a particular lifestyle. So when we talk about calling, that's what we're really saying, that there's something here that I'm going to be dedicating myself to for a very, very long time. Okay? Now, when I went to seminary, we talked about this a lot. And generally, when you go to a seminary, you have people who are trying to find their calling. Okay? Those people don't have a calling. They're looking for it. Some of those kids that went to seminary honestly need to go work at a corporate job for about 10 years and then come back. Okay? So so yeah, that's those guys don't have a calling. They're looking for something, looking for a reason. And they're not ready yet. Essentially, they're not ready yet. Here's the thing. When God calls you to ministry or profession or whatever, you're gonna know. Okay? Now, there's one of two ways you're gonna know. The first way is God's gonna fill you with such a passion that you want to do nothing else in the whole world. I've heard this at seminary a lot. Where, you know, some guy would go, oh, I'm so thrilled to be here at seminary. This is the calling of my life. I want to dedicate everything I ever am to Jesus Christ, and just share the gospel with everybody on the street, even the puppies. My producer once said she wants to preach to the puppies. Okay? You get those guys, okay? And that's a bona fide calling. There's nothing wrong with that. That is absolutely a recognizable calling, and they wouldn't do anything else anyway. Okay? It doesn't matter if those guys are like destitute on the street. They're still on the street, you know, praising Jesus and doing ministry on the street. Okay? Then you get the other guys. Well, the remainder. Okay, the ones that aren't looking for a calling or are looking for the calling, okay, they need some more life experience. Those who've got the my heart burns for Jesus calling, bona fide calling. There's a third kind of calling, which is the kicking and screaming calling. Okay? Most prophets in the Old Testament had the kicking and screaming calling. Okay? This calling is where you're perfectly happy with your life. You're perfectly happy with the way things going. You like your life as it is. You you are perfectly perfectly fine with how the life is going, how your faith with God is. Heck, you might be even a Christian and you're just going, hey, you know what? I got a great job, great family. Oh, I don't want anything to change. And then God calls you. You could, and then it's just like every avenue ahead of you closes except calling. Okay? This is where you get dragged. God drags you into ministry. He makes your job go south. He sets your house on fire. He destroys your car with a boulder dropped by an eagle. Things you wouldn't imagine happening to you all of a sudden start happening to you to get you into the calling. That's kicking and screaming calling. Rob Lard says, I'm looking for a complication. Foo Fighters, yeah. Yeah, it's just I have to admit, I was one of those kicking and screaming callings. Okay? I was not one of those. Andrew Graham, look out for eagles dropping boulders. Laugh out loud. Well, there's certainly dropped turtles and tortoises on your car. Okay? So, all right. So here's the thing. Here's gonna be if first of all, if you're not of the your heart is burning for Jesus, you don't have that kind of calling. Because that's obvious. You know it. You know, there's only one sort of alternative there for that is yeah, if you got the my heart burns for Jesus and I'd rather do nothing else, and you already know if you have that calling. Okay? If you don't know, then you're not ready. Okay? If you are being if you're being selected through the kicking and screaming program, there's nothing you can really do to avoid it. Okay? So yeah. Rob Lard, me too. Rob Laird, me too. I went to seminary only because I was concerned that God was going to send a giant fish to swallow me next. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, I get it. I totally get that. Totally get it. Yeah, essentially, your life will be really, really miserable until you do it. Okay. Yeah, you might still have a miserable life, but yeah. Darkblade. Jonah was the kicking and screaming and also killing type. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of. So basically, that's what you know. Okay, that's how you know. It's one of three avenues. You would do it anyway, even if you didn't get paid for it because you love Jesus that much. Okay? Or you're going to be dragged kicking and screaming, or you're not ready for a calling. It may never be called. So, yeah, basically, if you got that burning for Jesus, go do it because that's the calling. If God is making your life miserable until you do it, go do it. Otherwise, you'll continue to be miserable. And if you don't know, it either happens or it doesn't, and you just wait. And if it happens, it's going to be one of the other two. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Rob says it. Rob nails it here. God speaks to some in metaphors, but to others with 2x4s. Yep. I was one of those 2x4 ones. Yeah. Yeah, 2x4s are definitely what I've seen. Whew. All right, let's go on to the next super chat here. Next one is from Messianic Talmud 2761 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Genesis, mankind was seen as the climax of God's creation. Why weren't humans special in Egyptian mythology? That's an interesting question. They weren't seen as special because sort of everything focused on the king. Okay? And the king was seen as a spirit critter in potential. Okay? So in sort of the Egyptian worldview, in Egyptian mythology view, you had, the big gods, but you had thousands of minor deities. Thousands of them. And some of them were more or less equal to humanity, at least in power and strength and all that. And some of them were less powerful than humans. Okay? Yeah, it was just one of those things that there wasn't that same sort of creation narrative in Egyptian mythology. Now, in Egyptian mythology, not every creation myth had talked about human creation. Okay, like for example, the creation myth of Heliopolis, which was the Re myth, never talked about the creation of man. The Ptah myth, the Memphite theology, also didn't really discuss the creation of man. You do get a creation myth with the Khnum myth. He's a ram-headed god. He's also a potter. And he creates mankind on a potting wheel. Okay? And mankind is a special creation in that Khnum has to make man on the potter's wheel. Okay? But it's not, say, an extraordinary creation. It's not an apex creation as such, but it is part of, say, the created order. So, the fact is that you don't get this sort of imago Dei creation inside of Egyptian mythology. In, say, Judeo-Christian Genesis, you get what's called the imago Dei, where mankind is created in the image and the likeness of God. Now, those are very interesting terms. They actually refer to idols. Demot and Solem. Demot and Solem are basically synonyms for idols. So, mankind is made to be the idol of God himself. So, we are made in God's image and his likeness to be like God. And because we are meant to be made to be like God without being God, there's sort of it's seen as a climax of God's creation in Genesis. Whereas that being created in the likeness of a god in Egyptian mythology never happened. Okay? And part of that may be just the fact that you had a lot of animal gods in Egyptian myth too. Okay? So where all these Egyptian gods are running around, you've got, say, jackal gods, you've got rabbit gods, you've got snake gods, you've got all of these gods running around. But some of them are humans, some of them aren't. So, in the case of, say, Egyptian myth, humanity does not hold a special place because of that. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But that seems to be what I think is going on, is humans weren't special in Egyptian mythology because the gods themselves weren't terribly special. They were sort of the offspring of other gods. They were animal gods. They represented various aspects of of nature and divinity, but none of them were really on the apex. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is Messianic Talmud 26 or 2761 for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Did the Israelites ever manage to produce weapons on a significant scale rather than relying on surrounding nations? Philistines in 1 Samuel 13, 1923. And the answer to that is yes, they did. They actually, the one weapon that Israelites really manufactured were chariots. They matched chariots and they bred horses, and then they sold them. Okay. After the division of the United Monarchy, the Northern King. This is how the Northern Kingdom of Israel got so rich. Okay, yeah, they collected tariffs as traders went through, but what really made them money was the fact they were making chariots and horses, and they were selling them to the neighbors. Okay, so they were selling these chariot and horse teams to Aram. They were selling them to to the Hittites. They one of the things when they did the stables at Megiddo, this was originally identified and called Solomon's stables, but it really doesn't date to Solomon. It dates to much later, towards the end of the Israelite monarchy. Okay, so around the 8th century, they were making quite a hustle in it was a stable income. Yes, it sure was. Yeah, they were mass producing. The Israelites were mass producing chariots and horse teams for other countries to fight each other. And ultimately, some of those chariots were sold to the Assyrians that ended up conquering Israel. So you had that too. Wait, Hittites? Wouldn't the Luvians, if talking about the time of the divided monarchy? We call this, no, not the Luvians. Luvians are one kingdom. We call these the Neo-Hittite states. Okay, so it's not the old Hittite kingdom. It's not. We're not talking about the Hittite Empire. We're talking about the Neo-Hittite states. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. So we're not talking about the what would be called the Hittite New Kingdom, but what came after, which was the Neo-Hittite Confederacy, for lack of a better term. It's basically when the new Hittite New Kingdom crumbled apart. They were still Hittites. They were just now Hittites in little kingdoms that were sporadically spread out over Anatolia. So that's what we're talking about. They're still Hittites. They're just Hittites under a new political authority. Okay. That's fun too. In fact, in the Book of Kings, it talks about the kings of the Hittites. Okay? Not the king of the Hittites, kings of the Hittites. So these are the Neo-Hittites. In fact, I can probably find that here. Kings of the Hittites. Yeah, this is 1 Kings 10, 29. A chariot was imported from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. By the same means, they exported to them all the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Arameans. Okay? So this is talking about the time of Solomon, but this trade continues long after Solomon. See it again in 2 Kings 7:6 here. And during the time of Elisha. Can't remember. Long narrative here about Elisha and Amen. Ben Hadad. Joram. This dates to this particular passage dates to King Joram. Okay. So 2 Kings 7:6. The Lord has caused armies of the Americans to hear sound chariots, the sound of horses, and even a great sound of the army. Behold, the kings of Israel has hired us against the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to come upon us. So yeah, we're talking about a time when there were just you had the Neo-Hittite states, and this is documented in the Book of Kings and even Chronicles. All right, so yeah, that's what we're talking about here. And Israel had a very, very brisk trade, especially the Northern Kingdom, into selling chariots and horses to its neighbors. Okay, but apart from that, Israel was not really so much in the arms race, but that's what they were into. That's what they mass produced was chariots and horses. Okay. Next one here is from Joseph33M for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is the difference between an MDiv and a THM? Excellent question. Okay. Now, we are going to give you sort of the overview of this, and then we're going to get you some specifics here. Because to some extent, a little bit of an extent, it's going to depend on what school you go to. But typically, most commonly, the MDiv, the Master of Divinity, is the professional degree for becoming a pastor. Okay? It gives you an overview of, say, scripture, of pastoral practice, of theology, of biblical languages. It's basically your foundation degree for being a pastor. Okay? So it's a professional practice degree. Now, the THM, which is the Master of Theology, is the degree you take after the MDiv. Okay? So you earn the MDiv first, and that takes about 3 years, 3.5 years, sometimes 4, depending on how zealous you are about this. And then you add another year on top of it for the THM. The THM is usually a 1-year research degree. So you basically do 1 year of research after your MDiv to get your THM. Okay? So usually the MDiv is a prerequisite for a THM. And that's generally that's generally how it works at most seminaries and theological colleges in North America. The big exception to this is Dallas. Dallas Theological Seminary defines these two differently. Okay? So at Dallas Theological Seminary, the MDiv is basically your foundational pastoral professional degree, just like in any other colleges, except it's taught all in English. So no Hebrew and Greek for the MDiv at Dallas. The THM at Dallas is the same as the MDiv, except you're doing Greek and Hebrew. Okay? Now, here's the thing. There are a lot, I mean a lot, of MDiv programs out there that are equivalent to the THM at Dallas. Because one of the things is that to do the THM at most seminaries, it's a thesis requirement. It usually involves a thesis of some kind. Short thesis, not a big one. Usually about 50 pages, maybe 100 if you're really ambitious. But it's a small thesis requirement. Okay? The THM at Dallas does not use a thesis requirement. What you're getting the THM for at Dallas is the language, which is assumed in other places. Okay? Now, in some other respects, a lot of seminaries that have an MDiv are becoming more like Dallas, getting rid of the language components to make it more accessible and an easier program for students, lowering the bar. Okay? But that's generally what it is in a nutshell. Okay? Your MDiv is your 3-year professional degree for becoming a pastor. Your THM is a 1-year program tacked on top of that to do a thesis. Your first research project, essentially. And the THM, you need the MDiv to get the THM. Okay? Now, with that said, for example, in some places like the Evangelical Theological Society, you cannot become a full member if you only have an MDiv. You need the THM before you can become a full member, because they think that basically those who are part of the Theological Society should do theology and actual research. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that explains the difference. I'll take this non-super chat here because we have a slow night here. Sahin Varol asks, is it true that Ramses II was not as powerful as often exaggerated? And if so, what are the evidences supporting this? Yeah, he wasn't as powerful as many portray him. He was an incredible builder. He was a really, really great builder. He was a rubbish general. He lost. Frankly, he was so close to being defeated at the Battle of Kadesh, it isn't even funny. He was like a few chariots away from getting killed. Okay, and his victory, quote, victory at Kadesh was so. His forces were so decimated by that point, he couldn't hold Kadesh. So he essentially had to plunder Kadesh and go home. He couldn't hold it. Okay. The other thing about him is that we have to keep in mind is he had already lost much of the control of the coastal plain to the Philistines. The Sea Peoples had basically invaded were already well established in the coastal plain by his 5th regnal year. So a lot of the iron grip that he had, or his predecessors had, during the Amarna period had pretty much evaporated, mostly because of the distraction caused by the Hittite War and because of the infiltration of the Sea Peoples into the coastal plain. So, see him P versus DOS. Fine, I'll build something then. can't keep control of it, so fine, I'll build. That said, Ramses II did go on campaign into the Levant, but his last campaign was in the 17th year. He didn't do another campaign after that. He stayed home for the next 45 years. 45, 48 years. Yeah. He campaigned the first 17, but he didn't keep campaigning. He was no Tutmosis III. I'll say that. So, Darkblade. That's like 50 years before he died. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. His reign was 66 years. So for 49 years, the last 49 years, he didn't campaign at all. Staying at home for 45 years sounds good to me. Sounded good to him too. Rob Laird says, for the LCMS, that's the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, we call the Master of Theology a Master of Sacred Theology. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Concordia, I believe, offers us Master of Sacred Theology. Which, of course, leads us teasingly to call the track for the host Sacred to Minister. Scared to Minister. Okay, Scared to Minister. Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I had a friend who tried to get me to go to Concordia. He pulled all sorts of strings to try to get me to go to Concordia, and it just was not the seminary for me. Good friend, liked him, but I mean, this guy used to teach at Concordia. Okay, he used to teach at Concordia, but he wanted me to go to Concordia and be indoctrinated by them. And I mean, I don't think everyone who goes to Concordia gets indoctrinated, okay? But I was not. It was not the mindset I really wanted to out of a seminary. But I mean, I recognize that some people do very well there. So, but yeah, I'm aware of the Master of Sacred Theology. I think that's a perfectly good degree. Although as I recall, you have to at Concordia, you have to take, was it Greek and German? It was Greek and German. Those were the two required languages at Concordia. Rob Laird asked, Concordia, St. Louis, or Fort Wayne? It was Fort Wayne. Yeah, it was Fort Wayne. Yeah. Oh, those were good times. uh. Okay. So, yeah, we got a lot of evidence to show that the reign of Ramses II was not as strong as it was already weakening during his reign. By the time you get to his successor Merneptah, the Egyptian kingdom was a mess. Okay, so it was already in the process of erosion during Ramses II. But when you get to Merneptah, you have the Libyans invading, and Merneptah really can't maintain control over the Levant at that time. So, oh, is that how it is now? Okay. Greek and Hebrew are just for the MDiv. German is just required for the doctorate. Okay. Yeah, but I remember at the time when I remember at the time when I was. I mean, this was back in the 2000s, early 2000s. Yeah, it was German was required back then. All right, let's go. Next one here is from Be reading those. Okay, next one here. Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Was the Sermon on the Mount the same as the Sermon on the Plain? Matthew 5-7 and Luke 6. I would have to actually go into the synopsis of the Gospels to actually answer that question. That's something I would actually need to go into the various texts and look at it sort of line by line. Okay, so I can't answer this question here, but I'd have to go. Let me see if I can see what that resource says. This will take me a moment, but might be worth looking. Just give me a moment here. I'll see what synopsis says. Oh, it is a line. Synopsis of the Gospel. Yeah, it's probably different, but I just like to take a look at that because sometimes the event might be different, but they're recycling texts. Let's see what Matthew 5-7 says. What does a land say here? This is a big document. It just takes a long. All right, Matthew chapter 9. A little too far there. 2, 8. Fortunately, this is indexed by Matthew. 4. And it skips from Matthew 4 to... okay, Matthew 4. Sick and healing. It's price. Well, it's a tough question, but it's also the fact is it's one of those questions where you have to answer it using comparative tools. Okay? And it's one of those questions where if you have the tools, you can come up with an answer to it, but it's one of those ones that, someone like me, I'm not going to have that on the top of my head. Okay? Because I'm not a New Testament guy. So for me, it's something I can figure it out if I've got the tools. But if I don't have the tools, I think this is just going to be too onerous to look up. Fortunately. There's Matthew 7. Okay. Matthew 7, and where did you apply? It was played to Luke 6. Okay. Now, we did find Sermon on the Mount here. We go back here to Matthew, see if I can go back to Matthew. How far we can go back to Matthew 5. Now, when we answer a question like this, one of the things we should point out is that in both cases, okay, text can be paralleled. Now, what do we mean by that? It means when the gospel writers write their text, they're writing it with certain angles in mind, certain didactic teachings. Okay? They're not trying to give you a blow-by-blow account of a linear history. Okay? So, on the one hand, many of these sayings of Jesus, he might have used several times. It's very unlikely, first of all, that Jesus only spoke one-off sentences everywhere he went. Okay? Because frankly, the same people are not going to be in the same place. I mean, how are people going to hear the message if he gives one message to one group and another message to another group? So it is highly possible that we are talking about the Sermon on the Mount versus the Sermon on the Plain, that he is using the same material, at least parts of the same material, for the Mount as well as the Plain. Okay, that's a perfectly reasonable thing. And this is not unlike, say, for example, a college teacher, college prof, who, teaches a course one year, and then the very next year he dusts off his notes from the previous year, makes a few additions, and then says some things over and over again, year after year after year. Okay? So, yeah, Ryan says he was an itinerant preacher. He repeated a lot of stuff. Yeah. But then we get to the question here of how much of this is repeated and all of that. Now, from a land here, we do see there are a lot of parallels between Matthew 5 and Matthew 5 to 7 through to and Luke chapter 6. Okay? He's using the same analogies. He's using he uses the blessed the poor. He uses in both Matthew 5 and Luke 6. He uses on the law and the prophets, that he didn't come to abolish them, in Matthew 5 and Luke 16, it looks like. Okay. On retaliation, Matthew 5 verses 38 to 42, parallel to Luke 6 29 to 30. So we are seeing here from Matthew 5 to 7 that there are a lot of parallels with what's being said in Luke chapter 6, plus other chapters of Luke as well. Okay? So to answer your question, was the Sermon on the Mount the same sermon as on the plain? No. The setting is different, but the content has been reused. Okay? And it's being reused by probably both Christ and the gospel writers. So, yeah, that's and that was not uncommon in writing of gospels in the ancient world. Okay? So, yeah, there's definitely parallels there. There's strong parallels. Setting's different, but again, he's an itinerant preacher. He's going to recycle his material a lot, because there's no, why cut every sermon out of whole cloth if you don't have to? All right? The message is going to be the same. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it is a question like this where you're talking about comparative texts is sort of difficult to look up because of sort of the scope of the text and all that. But if you have the tools, it's really easy to do. And I would recommend here, again, Kurt Aland's synopsis of the four Gospels. Really good work. It's an essential work if you're going to do these parallel sort of comparisons. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. And you also know my source too. So there you go. All right, next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Were the Hyksos Asiatic or Palestinian in origin, and is there a difference? The Hyksos were Amorites, okay? And the Amorites do come from the Levant, originally, okay? So here's how it sort of works. Okay. The Amorites were originally in early Bronze Age Levant. Okay. Then they sort of migrate. They start migrating. They migrate to Mesopotamia and go south, all the way down to Babylon. They also go south the other direction and go to Egypt. Okay? So the Hyksos are Asiatic because the Amorites are Asiatic. Okay? So they're not Palestinian. Okay, let's be very careful about that. They're not Palestinian. Let's define two. There's two types of Palestinians. Okay. You've got the old Palestinians, which are Philistines. Okay, they're sea peoples. They're Indo-Europeans from Asia Minor, and some from Greece too, but Asia Minor and Greece. Okay, those are the Philistines, the Peliset, the sea peoples. Okay, that's one kind of Palestinian. Okay. Then you got the modern Palestinian, which is not sea peoples, they're Arabs. Okay? And they're part of Arabic tribes. Okay? So, Hyksos were neither type of Palestinian. They were not sea peoples. They were not rabbits throwing things around. Okay. So the Hyksos were not sea peoples. They were not Philistines. They were not Peliset. They're also not Arabs either. Okay? So they're not Palestinian in any way. They were Asiatic because they were Amorites. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Rob says, one of the instructors at a very good leadership school I attended while in the Navy. You really don't mean it until you've said the same thing to your crew at least 8 times. I guess so. I guess so. Alrighty. Next one here. For Matthew Harrell, for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, here's some money and support. Well, thank you. We really appreciate that. We appreciate your support of the channel, especially as things are changing at YouTube. We're praying and we're hoping this all works out for God's glory, but we really appreciate the support in the meantime. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate that. And next one here, Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry about YouTube, eh? Yeah, oh boy. I wanted to take that opportunity to see if I could bring. Sorry about YouTube, A. I don't use A all that much. I use a lot, but I don't use A that much. I want to take that opportunity to see if I could bring out your accent, laugh out loud. Well, there you go. My father used to say A lot. I never. Yeah, he sounded a lot more East Coast Canadian. He wasn't from the East Coast Canadian. Yeah, no. No, he was from Manitoba. Yeah. He wasn't a big hockey watcher, though, either. Yeah, he just wanted to play it. He was a hockey player, not a hockey watcher. So yeah, but yeah, the whole YouTube thing's gotten really disturbing. There's been a lot of channels now that have been talking about this, about how the shadow banning is working at this point. So, yeah. Ryan says, is there a big difference in the East-West Coast accents in Canada? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there is. Compare what's sometimes called the Newfie accent or Newfoundland accent to the Vancouver accent. It's very different. The Well, the Vancouver accent is very similar to California accent. Okay? Very similar. In fact, it's your typical liberal West Coast accent. So, Vancouverite accent is very, very similar to what you find on the Western United States. The Newfoundland accent, oh, that has its own flavor. Okay, its own flavor. Yeah. Yeah, we'll pronounce some things different, like pasta versus pasta. Okay. CPN versus DOS liberal West Coast accent. Well, dang, didn't know that's how I was viewed. Laugh out loud. Darkblade, how does each accent say about? Well, I mean, in the East Coast, it would be more a boot. It'd be a boot. West Coast, we pronounce it about. Now, we do say some things that are different. Like, like, for example, we would in the West Coast, Canada, we would pronounce, say we would pronounce it pasta. Uh, pasta instead of pasta, like you'd find in the United States. And that's sort of one of the earmarks of, say, of Canada, is Canada will pronounce it pasta. You will also see some there is some differences, like in regional pronunciations too. Like Toronto. You go to Toronto and they will pick it out. They'll hear that. They're very. When I lived in Toronto, I had to be very, very careful to pronounce it Toronto, because out in BC here, we tend to pronounce it Trano. And they don't like that. They really don't like Toronto being pronounced Trano. I can't understand why they wouldn't want to pronounce Trano. But it was real funny to do. Yeah, they got annoyed at that. Yeah, so yeah, there are regional distinctions in languages, and even in Canada here, pronunciation is different from East to West Coast. Oh, Matthew Harrell says, "Wait, what? Why is it pronounced that way? French? What? I'm not sure what the way. I mean, French, Quebecois French is very different than Parisian French. Really different. Um, so much so that if you go to Paris and try to pronounce Quebecois French, uh, yeah, that's yeah. They told me to stop speaking French. Well, I even heard D.A. Carson once say that he wouldn't do the. I mean, for those of you who don't know, uh, Donald Carson, that famous New Testament theologian, he was actually, his first language was French. You would never know it if you heard him talk. because he sort of talks. He sounds like he talks with a British accent. He's not British. Yeah, he comes off very British, but he's not British. He comes from a French Quebecois family of 7 kids. Okay. Um. So he spoke French until he was like 7. Okay, only French. So he's dyed in the wool Quebecois. Okay, even though he really hates that term. He really hates that term Quebecois. But his publisher asked him to translate one of his books into French, and he said no way. He said no way, because his French is, even though this is a translation job, not a speaking job, Quebecois French is very, very different than European French. So yeah, and French has a lot of different dialects. So, and those dialects are really apparent. So, okay. So you got about as much of my accent as you're gonna probably get. Yeah, Count of Marcy says it correct here. Quebec, Quebec and French is how they spoke in France 200 years ago. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay, CPM versus DOS for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Got some large bell pepper plants now. Hopefully some great peppers will grow. Well, wishing you the best on that one. Yeah, congratulations. Those are not easy plants to grow, and I would love to see photographs of that. Post the photographs in the Discord. I'd love to see them when you get some good fruit on them. Oh, brown bell peppers are wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I hope they turn out for you. Cool. 5 in total. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Dustin Meeks, 42 says, peppers are awesome. Just today had a taco salad. One of the places I love peppers is in tomato soup. Absolutely adore tomato pepper soup. Okay. Which is, really stupidly easy to make. It's just like tomato sauce or canned tomatoes, cooked down with bell pepper. And it's just, oh my gosh, it's so good. So good. And it's so easy to make too. That's the crazy thing, is it's tomato pepper soup is so easy to make. So yeah, and if you want to spice up, throw in some frozen pasta in there too. Yeah, really good, really yummy. Now I'm hungry for tomato pepper soup. Thanks. All right, next one here. Okay, followers of the Shepherd for $2. What is your favorite A&E ancient Near Eastern idiom? Ooh, ooh. There's a lot of good ones. Um, to cut a treaty. The idea that trees are cut. That's an idiom. Um, that's one of my favorite idioms. Is and it's based upon the idea that when you make a treaty, you're cutting a piece of parchment before to basically write it out. I think that's a great idiom. That whole cut a treaty thing. There's some other ones too. Um, I still love the death threat one. May the Lord be between you and me whenever we're apart. I think we still have that mug, don't we? Yeah, somewhere. That one. that. Ah, good times. Good times. Dustin Meeks, I didn't know that was a death threat. The more you know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's a death threat. That mitzvah verse. Yeah, Genesis 31. Oh yeah. Yeah. Verse 49, yeah. Yeah, it's on wedding cards, it's on the promise rings. Oh yeah, it's just but it's a death threat, and it's a crazy death threat. It's may the Lord keep us apart, because the next time we meet, I'm gonna kill you. That's what it means. No wonder. It is definitely a death threat. It is such a death threat. All right, so that covers my favorite idioms. So yeah, cutting the treaty I think is a great idiom. May the Lord be between you and me when we're apart. Another idiom. I think that's a fantastic one too. TBD 13. So you're saying it should be on to divorce cards instead? It would make more sense if it was on divorce cards. AJ Higgins, composer, death threat. What stream did I click onto? Hey, we're talking about the ancient Near East on this channel, okay? Hey, you gotta get used to this, okay? You know, you take a beginning French class. You take like, for example, a French class for beginners. Okay, the first sentence you learn is "Where is the toilet?" Okay? You take a beginning German class. First sentence you learn is "Where is the toilet?" Take a beginning Japanese class. Where is the toilet? You take a beginning Akkadian class, the first sentence you learn is, "I will drink wine out of the skull of my enemies." You know, you take I mean that's like the first that's the sort of thing you'll learn in ancient languages. It's not nothing nobody asks where's the toilet in ancient languages. It's always, "I will overcome my enemies with an outstretched hand and a mighty arm." No, Dark Blade. Laban is not saying that. Sorry. Nice try though. Yeah, it's definitely not a we have a deal thing. All right. You can even go to other exegetes to look that up. No, that's not controversial. I mean, you could go see some of these reliefs of, say, Assyrians, and there's actually I think it was Shalmaneser, one of the Shalmanezers. You know, it's in the British Museum, and they show him with a half-open skull, drinking out of it, and beside him a pile of skulls. He's literally in the relief drinking out of a skull. Like crazy. It's just like, yeah, the skull motif is a little hard to ignore. Okay? Dustin Meeks, they did wild stuff back then. Oh yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, but yeah. Bon says, least sadistic ancient Assyrian. Yeah. But yeah, that's part and parcel to the ancient Near East. It was a violent time. It's an incredibly violent time. You know, but this is one of the things like the biblical writers just expect you to know. They expect you to know this. You know, I think one of the videos we're going to be doing in the next batch we record is things that the Bible just expects you to understand. Okay? Just, in fact, I'm going to write that. Because I think we really need to do this. Yeah, I mean, I've got a list here already of things the Bible just expects you as the reader to just know and understand without explaining it. And you know, I've got like a list of 10 or 11 things already that the Bible just expects you to know and understand. And it's not morality. Believe it or not, morality is not one of them. I'll just give you a taste here. It expects you to understand that the world's a violent place. It expects you to know the basics of agriculture. It expects you to know the birds and the bees. I mean, crazy I have to explain that sometimes, but... yeah, well... Bonbon says, why not do them as YouTube shorts? Make them baity to attract more viewers? Shorts are a lot of work. And with a diminishing return. Shorts have kind of fallen off the map recently. Part of it is that YouTube isn't pitching shorts the way they used to. Yeah, 2 years ago, you couldn't get anybody on your channel if you didn't do shorts. Yeah, 2 years ago, if you didn't do shorts, you were not getting any subscribers because they had steered the algorithm to concentrate on shorts. But today, with the fall of revenue of YouTube ads, they're focusing more on commercial long content. So they've sort of switched their focus from shorts to getting the big traditional news outlets to post their content on YouTube so they could pitch more expensive ads. So YouTube right now is not courting shorts the way they used to. Right now they're courting places like CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, the traditional sort of media outlets, Disney. So right now, YouTube really, really wants that corporate revenue. So Bonbon says, it expects you to know that children will grow up and take revenge of their fathers. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things the Bible just expects you to know. And, it's crazy that we've, I mean, it's both crazy and a good thing that we've sort of drifted so far from that world that we can't relate to it anymore. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that children don't avenge their fathers anymore. Not in the same way. I think it is a good thing that one family doesn't wipe out another. Okay? Yeah, we don't have the sort of the Hatfield and McCoy scenarios anymore. At least not so much. So, but these were things that the Bible just assumed you would know. And I think there's a whole list of things that the Bible just assumes you should know. And unfortunately, we do, I think, need to spell that out. Because, wow, a lot of the problems I encounter with people misunderstanding the Bible is just not understanding what the Bible assumes you should know. So we are going to be doing a video on this. Next week I'm going to be writing scripts again, so yeah, well, that's going to be one of them. Okay, so THL the links one, sorry, says, I would contend that it expects you to look back and see it in that it was done this way and that it was not supposed to be done that way. Yeah, to a large extent, yes. Dustin Meeks says, I wouldn't mind buying a book that goes through the Old Testament, particularly someone who really knows about the ancient Near East. We're trying for that. I did get my proposal for the context of the Exodus to my publisher, and it's right now sitting on their desk. So hope, prayers that they like it. We put 3 weeks of work into that, so yeah, I think there does need to be more concentration on these sort of assumed things, that the things that the Bible assumes that we know, but Draco 1708 says, most have heard location, location, location. Now we teach context, context, context. Yeah, context is king. Context is king. Without context, you have no meaning. And I think that's one of the problems when we have to deal with sort of the literature of the past, is we have the text, sometimes we have the iconography, we almost never have the context. Or at least we only have a part of the context. Context is the hardest part of studying an ancient text. It's the one that sort of requires the most work. It's the part that requires the archaeological digs. It's the part where you have to sort of put the boots on the ground and see the geography. It's the most difficult part of studying ancient texts. Followers of the Shepherd says, I would buy that book so fast, hope it works out. Well, we hope it does too. If it does, it will probably be writing it over the fall and hopefully get it to them by mid next year. In which case, then it'll take another year to get out, because that's how publishing works. Bonbon says, if I ever make lots of money, I'll start a research institute and employ Dr. Falk as head of the institute so projects like this can be done. Oh yeah, you would do that to me. Make me the administrator. Make me dean. Because that's what I love to do, is administration. What did I do to you that you would make me an administrator? Have I wronged you? What did I do to you that you would make me a faculty administrator? All right. Dustin Meek says, yeah, Dr. Falk. Yes, yeah, Dr. Falk. I would love to buy another one of your books. And since you are a trustworthy scholar, I would love to buy another one of your books. Plus, it helps you out. It does help us out. I mean, the more books you guys buy, and doesn't matter if it's the fiction or the nonfiction, please write reviews. Write reviews. Write reviews, because reviews really help us. Doesn't matter if it's on the Ark of the Covenant book, on the Reliquary of the Dead, or the All the Stars as Angels that's coming out in 2 weeks. Whenever you guys buy one of our books, please leave a review. Yeah, the reviews are the best advertising we have. So if you guys leave reviews, I mean, the way it works, seems to work, is for every one review, about 2% of readers do Goodreads reviews. 10% of readers do Amazon reviews, okay? So, figure, for every one Goodreads review, you're talking 50 book sales. For every one Amazon review, about 10 book sales. Okay, so those reviews are super important. I cannot stress that enough. Reviews, whether it's, as I said, of the Reliquary of the Dead or this work, okay, it matter. Your opinion matters. So please do leave reviews. Okay. Bauman says, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Dustin says, I'm definitely going to once I finish Reliquary of the Dead. But there's a sequel? I'll have to get that. Yes, there is a sequel. And the sequel is All the Stars as Angels. Okay? That's book 2 of War of the Gods. Okay? So yes, there is a sequel. It's coming out on July 15th. Andrew Graham asks, reviews, good or bad? Are bad reviews accepted? Hey, if that's how you feel about the book, write a bad review. Okay? Here's the thing. There's a sort of an interesting sort of twist to this, which is yeah, don't slam it intentionally. Don't slam it intentionally. But here's the thing, if you get too many good book reviews too, there is sometimes that people will think there's only bots doing it. So it's just one of those things where just be honest. Just be honest. Okay? If you like the book, leave a good book review. If you didn't like the book, that's cool too. I can't make you feel any way about the book you don't feel. Okay? And you won't hurt my feelings either way. And if anything, it'll show that there's maybe one guy out there that doesn't like our book because it wasn't for them. That's fine. Perfectly fine. In which case, it just proves that we aren't hiring Russian bots to do my book reviews. And yes, that is a thing. Ugh. Andrew Graham says, July 15th just happens to be the day I turned 47. Well, happy birthday. Ahead of time, of course, but excellent. I'm glad. It's coinciding with someone's birthday. Cool. Risen Draco says, I just realized that YouTube made my handle show up instead of my name. I was so confused when you said Draco. Laugh out loud. That happens, man. That just happens. You got to be careful of profiles on YouTube because of that. Ryan says 1 star is sus, 5 stars is sus too. It can be. It can be. It is a book, and I think it does deserve the 5 stars. But at the same time, too, be honest. That's all we ask. CPM versus DOS. I'm a Serbian bot, so don't worry. Charlie H 1480 says, "Is Amazon the best way to get your books?" It's a good way to get my books. I'll just say that it's a good way. It doesn't really matter, really. I get the same money either way. The only thing I would say is that if you get it off of Amazon, Amazon will pitch it more. So if Amazon thinks it can make more money, then it'll promote things more. So Dustin Meek says Amazon is a great option. It is a good option, yeah. They do take a big chunk, but they're sort of controlling the industry at this point. Yeah, they take a big chunk of that, but I have no control over that, unfortunately, and I can't specify sell to everyone but Amazon. All right, next one. Rob Laird, 5503 for 499. Thank you, Rob, for that super chat. Is there a connection between the number of the beast and Solomon? Yes, there is. All right. This is a great question. Let's bring up our Bible and let's read this. See you here in a moment. All right, let's go to Revelation 13, verse 8. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for the number is that of a man, and his number is 666. All right. Now, number of a man. Now, if you know anything about the book of Revelation, the one thing you end up understanding about it is almost everything in the book of Revelation is referencing to something in the Old Testament. Okay? So that's sort of the operating principle we're working on here, is that the symbols in the book of Revelation, it's the apocalypsis. Okay? Apocalypsis is the Greek term for unveiling. It's revelation. It's supposed to reveal. Okay? And I really sort of hate this. I really sort of hate this about, say, modern eschatology, like newspaper eschatology. You know, and even New Testament studies does this, where they sort of treat the book of Revelation as this weird, mysterious, unfathomable book. All right? And I think that's really sort of not great. It's not great. And it's not great because what they're talking about there is it overlooks the fact that the whole purpose of the book of Revelation is to make Old Testament prophecy clear. Okay? Not more obscure. Clear. Okay? It's basically taking all these obscure bits of Old Testament prophecy and wrapping it up into a package that makes it more digestible. Yeah. It's a summary chapter of all that Old Testament prophecy. Yeah, Ryan says it's called Revelation for a reason. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Revelation is the translation of apocalypsis. Apocalypsis means unveiling. It's unveiling. Right now, here's the counter the corresponding passage in the Old Testament. Okay. Verse 13, we'll start verse 13 and end at 14 here of 1 Kings chapter 10. And King Solomon gave to the Queen of Sheba all her desire which she requested, besides what he gave her according to his royal bounty. Then she turned and went to her own land together with her servants. Okay, so he has just here secured the big incense deal. This is the big incense deal. For those of you who are not aware of the sort of whole Queen of Sheba narrative, she is one of the queens of the King of Sheba. She's a minor queen. Okay, she's not the ruler. She's the diplomatic envoy. Rulers back then stayed at home. Okay, they sent their envoys. Sheba Saba. This is the Arabic nation of Saba. Saba had a king. It was a male dominated monarchy. They had a king, and like every king in the ancient Near East, he had many wives. So he sends this minor queen to be a diplomatic envoy. And the purpose of this diplomatic envoy was to secure a route for the incense trade. Okay? The incense trade would basically go from Saba through Israel to Mesopotamia, India, etc., to essentially trade incense, bring gold back. Okay? And this is the beginning of that trade. That's the beginning of this trade. Verse 14. Now the weight of the gold which came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, we go to Septuagint. Let's take a look at what Septuagint says here. It also says 666 talents in the Septuagint here. Does it say anything different here in Rolf's? Double check. It also says 666 in Septuagint. So I do know that there are some manuscripts of earliest manuscript of the Book of Revelation does say 616, but from what we can tell of, say, the Septuagint, it does seem to say 666. Okay, but here's the thing. I think it's very, very clear that what's being referenced to in Revelation is the 666 talents of Solomon. Now, what's this supposed to symbolize? Okay, this is to symbolize a man who's new to his reign, who accumulates great wealth all of a sudden. He goes from basically poor to rich overnight. Okay. That's the mark. Okay. That's the identification of this person. It's not that it's sort of a tattoo that goes on his forehead saying 666, I am the devil. No, it's not that. He's not a biker. He's not MS-13, okay? Yeah. This is a guy who's going to wear an Armani suit. He's trading on the big exchanges. He's making a lot of money from nothing. He makes some really incredible prudent deals. Okay? You know, yeah, if you can get on the Antichrist stock stock club, you know, you'd probably do good for yourself as long as you can enjoy it. But hey, but what we see here is essentially that this identification of 666, and this is the only reference to 666 in the entire Old Testament. Yeah, some Bibles will say 27 tons, not 666. Yeah, that's a translation though. That's 27 tons based upon the weight of the talent. Okay, so that's a translation. 27 tons is a talent. Is a translation of 666 talents. So, yeah, so it's one of those things where it's the splendor of his kingdom is based upon this sudden, 1 year. This is 1 year. Verse 14 tells us Solomon accumulates this wealth fast, out of nothing, essentially. 1 year is an incredible short time to accumulate 666 talents of gold. Remind yourself. What's a talent again? Between 26 and 60 kilograms, 57 to 132 pounds. That's a lot of gold. That is a lot of gold. Okay? So, Solomon here is rolling in it. And what we're being told in Revelation chapter 13 is the man of perdition is also rolling in it. We know from Daniel, book of Daniel 2, that this man, the son of perdition, the beast, he's going to be a man who bows to no god. He serves a god of fortresses. He did not worship the god of his fathers. He's wealthy, and this is sort of the part of the whole thing of this description of this antitype of Antichrist. Okay, so absolutely, there's a connection here. It is part of the description that we find that supplements what we find in the book of Daniel, but it's also telling us not just that he's wealthy. It tells us how he's going to get that wealth. He's going to get it fast. He's going to get it as if out of nothing. He's going to get it and all of a sudden be transformed from essentially a nobody to one of the richest men in the world. So, yeah, that's the description here. Just like Solomon was a minor king, really a minor king when he came to his throne, and then he overnight became one of the wealthiest. Count of Marcy, the word Antichrist is not even in the book of Revelation. No, it talks about the beast. The term Antichrist is elsewhere in the Gospels, or sorry, in the New Testament. We see it in 1 John, 2 John. It talks about that there. 1 John 2:18, children, it is the last hour, and just as you heard that Antichrist is coming, even now many Antichrists have arisen. Okay? So there is a figure of the Antichrist. It is the same, the antitype of the Antichrist is the beast of the book of Revelation. Okay? Bonbon says Goodreads Reliquary of the Dead is almost impossible to find via Google. Yeah, well, Google Bubble for you. I had to find Dr. Falk's profile and other books to find it. You can only find it via the site if you copy and paste the title. Yeah, it's hard to find. But that's the search engine. But then again, Goodreads is owned by Amazon. Yeah. That's a really good point. My producer here makes a really, really good point. That if you search for it, the more you search for it, the more it'll feed the algorithm, and the algorithm will produce that result more. So do continue to search for it by name, and that'll help people to find it too. Count of Mercy says 2 Chronicles 9:13. NIV says the weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly was 660 talents. Let's see what that says. Go to 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 9:13. Yeah, it's exactly the same here. Now, the weight of the gold which came to Solomon in 1 year was that 1 year, it doesn't say yearly. It says in 1 year was 666 talents. Okay. Yeah, and this is just a repeat of the First Kings 10:14 verse here. Let's see if the Septuagint has a different translation for that. Might tell us a bit where the 616 came from to what Septuagint says. It says 666. Ralph says, yeah, it also says 600. So it's the same here for the Septuagint. But yeah, this is just the exact same text, just in a different place. So yeah, I wouldn't go by the NIV here that says nearly that's not a great translation of this. Take a look at the Hebrew, sure, but yeah, it says in 1 year. It doesn't say like in each year or in all year. Just 1 year. Yeah. It's still impressive amount. We're not talking about that, but it doesn't seem to be yearly. I think that's not a great translation, but not surprising coming from the NIV. The NIV is a great reader edition, but you don't want to do apologetic work with it. It's here's I mean, I used to use the NIV as my sort of my devotional Bible. It's a good, easy reading Bible, and sometimes it does surprise you. Sometimes it does have some very good translations in it. Sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, I wouldn't use the NIV for pastoral work or for preaching work. I wouldn't use it for apologetics work. You do need a Bible that has more precision than the NIV. So Bonbon says, "Do you think it's worth learning Hebrew to be able to read the Bible in the original?" Absolutely. It is so worth it if you can do it. I understand not everyone can do it, and learning languages is hard. No one said it was easy. In fact, it's the most difficult thing a Bible student has to do is learn the languages. Okay? So I think that that if you can learn Hebrew, read the Bible in the original, do that. It's always better. It's always better to read it in the original language than to read. It won't. You still have to do exegesis. Okay, you won't get out of exegesis by learning the language, but you'll take away one layer of obfuscation, and that's always helpful. Yeah, you'll know. Yeah, you will know if you're exegesing the right word at least. Yeah. Grace and peace, Doc. Good night, all. Good night, Rob. Glad to have you here tonight. Dustin Meeks asks, "What translation is the best overall?" There's a couple I like. I still use the New American Standard Bible, 1977 edition, when I do my apologetic work. Yeah, Count of Mercy says NIV is a dynamic equivalent translation. It is. And here's what we mean by a dynamic equivalent translation is the translator reads the text, translates it, interprets it to its meaning, and then puts what he thinks is the best meaning of the text on the paper. And that's great. That's absolutely great. But there's also an issue with it too, which is it does sometimes lead more to interpretation than, say, sometimes what the text actually says. So here's like, for example, the New American Standard is a formal equivalence translation. So it pays attention to, say, syntax, grammar, and it gives those things priority. Now, you've got something like the Christian Standard Bible, which I think is a great translation. I think the Christian Standard Bible is a great translation. I think that the Christian Standard Bible, and what it tries to do is it tries to do the best of both. It tries to sort of balance formal equivalence with dynamic equivalence. So it will pay attention to things such as grammar, syntax, lexicography, those sort of formal disciplines of say, biblical interpretation, but then try to see how that matches to the dynamic equivalence as well. So I think I really like the Christian Standard Bible right now, and it's published by Holman. Unfortunately, super expensive, crazy expensive. How much that Bible was. 5 years ago, actually 10 years ago, they were giving that Bible away for free because nobody wanted it. Yeah, now that everyone wants it, and now that everyone knows what a good Bible it is, it's like, okay, it's become super expensive. So, yeah, I wish that the prices had remained low on that Bible, because I would have bought them like 3 or 4 more. But H. Stark asks, are translations motivated by commercial factors? Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. They are motivated by commercial factors. This is why one of the things we have in, say, North America is so many Bible translations. A lot of these are just, some of them are not necessary. Are But yeah, it's a lot of it is motivated by the publishing industry. The publishing industry, if they have a good Bible that's popular, they can make a lot of money. And it isn't just the Bible they're making money off of. They're making money off of the commentaries. If they can find a good commentary user or writer that will adopt their Bible, and the publisher that will, say, pay the license fees, they can make more off that commentary than they can off the Bible itself. Yeah. 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 Yeah, people who write books don't realize that you just can't use any translation you want for writing a book. Those translations are subject to license fees. And this is one of the problems I have with, say, the New American Standard, is license fees are expensive. They're expensive. This is one of the things, though, I also have against, say, like the New King James Version. New King James Version is super cheap, but because it's really, really cheap, it's used everywhere in, say, the worst commentaries. How can you tell that a commentary is probably not going to be very good? It's using the New King James Version because it's cheap. This is why Gideon's uses the New King James Version, because they're paying pennies, literally pennies, for the licensing fee. So H. Stark says, what do you mean? If I use a quote from the NIV in a public article, will I get sued? No, not a single quote. Most Bibles at the front have a license. You see, let me just grab the Net Bible here, and I will read you their license fee, because they all have this at the front for the most part. They are very, very clear about this. Let's see if I can find it here quickly. There will be a license fee statement somewhere usually in the front matter of any Bible. And I think this is what's really super interesting about this. And At some point, what I might do is I might do a video just on the license fees, licensing provisions of Bibles. Actually, write that down. Make a note of that, because that's Bible licenses. Because that's actually really okay, it says Net Bible for free access to the Net Bible complete set, more than 60,000 study notes. Visit bible.org. Used by permission. Okay, so you actually to get it on the Net Bible, you have to go to the website. Okay, but a lot of them will tell you like right up in the front, like some of them will say like 10% of any one book, or 5,000 verses or something like that. So there's a yeah, one or two lines are not going to get you into trouble. Okay, half a book, that'll get you into trouble. Yeah, yeah, it's not an article where you'll get into trouble. It's usually in, if you do it in a book, that'll get you into trouble. GJ Higgins says my Gideon's Bible uses the ESV, so they must have changed. It's only a couple of years old. Yeah, 10 years ago they were using the New King James. So they might have it might also depend upon which one you're using too. If you're using the New Testament only, I think they might for the big ones, like the full ones like you get in the hotels. The ones you get in the hotels might be ESV. The ones they sort of, the New Testament, the pocket New Testaments that they give out on the street, those are New King James. Okay? And oh, they do say it's the primary one now? Okay, well that's good. Better than the New King James. Yeah. If it's a full Bible, they tend to do the ESV anyway, because they could charge you for that. They can recoup that money in some way. But the Gideon's ones that they used to give away free, the New Testaments, those used to be all New King James Version. But maybe they increase the license fees. Who knows? I mean, you do get that sort of competition between versions too, where sometimes they will sort of fight each other over who can lower the fees the most. So, but yeah, there's a lot of you do see in most Bibles, at least in the front, unless it's a King James or one that's out of copyright, that there's usually some sort of license statement. Okay, so we'll get a video on that out and talk about that in more. All right, next one here. Followers of the Shepherd for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are some ways to improve D&D? Oh, well, which edition? Let's go back a few editions. The current one really sucks. I mean, the current one is really, really bad. We won't go into. Yeah, I would just say, go back a few editions and let people be creative. It's unfortunate that Wizards of the West Coast has decided to go on the woke train. So, and it's they want to rehabilitate orcs and all that. So, not a great fan of that. Not a great fan of that. Yeah, yeah. Honor the creator's intent. Yeah. In just a second, and I will get back. Just gonna take a little short break here, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Mysterious fungus. Weren't orcs supposed to be the evil faction originally? In D&D, they were. Yeah, they were evil in D&D. They've been rehabilitated. Yeah, and in some pretty strange ways. They're now Mexicans. Okay, so let's go on to the next super chat here. Follows the shepherd for $2. Is Paul Overland credible? I don't know. I don't know who that is. So I can't say. Don't know. Don't know if he's credible. I've never heard of him. We got a new member here. Charlie H for 1480 here, who became a new YouTube member. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member and supporting the channel. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. And we got Charlie H 1480 for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Doc. Hope is all is well. Thank you very much. What's your take on the Tower of Babel, Genesis 11, 1-9? Is it mytho-history like William Lane Craig supposes? Is there any evidence to the story? Okay. It is mytho-history, and that's okay. You know what a myth. Well, let's define what mytho-history is. Okay, it's history that has been mythologized, basically elevated into religious elements. So religious elements are, it's a kind of reception history where you've got a core historical event that the drama of the gods plays into. That's mytho-history, okay? So, like the Iliad. The Iliad and the Trojan War is an example of mytho-history. There was a real Trojan War. There were Greeks that attacked the city of Troy. And the Iliad is taking that historical core and combining the events with, say, religious aspects of the Greek gods. Okay? So, that's mytho-history. Okay? So it's not mythology, and it's not pure history either. It's kind of a blend of the two. So, it is conceivable that the Tower of Babel is a kind of mytho-history. Okay? Now, what's mytho-history of? Probably the building of a ziggurat, essentially. Basically, this platform that was used to consolidate local worship. Okay? So, yeah, there are definitely there's lots of evidence that in Mesopotamia, and the events of Genesis 11 do take place in Mesopotamia, that they were building ziggurats. Okay, so yeah, Resident Draco says there's cultural evidence that are true. For example, the tower is a ziggurat and is made of baked bricks with mortar. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and there's lots of them, lots of ziggurats. So definitely, here's one of the things I think that people mistake about the Tower of Babel story. The Tower of Babel story is not about people trying to build up on a tower until it reaches into heaven. That's not what the text says. Okay? That they were it's the other kind of reach to heaven. Okay? Reaching in a religious sense. Okay? And they would have known that. They would have known that this is not a tower that was built until so high that it just fell down. No, that's not what's going on. It's just a reasonably built religious platform to consolidate worship so that the people would do their service unto heaven. Okay? So it's not about making something massive. It's about bringing people together so they don't spread out. And basically a few people trying to make a name for themselves. They were trying to make this city and concentrate all the people after the flood in this one place so they don't become scattered and grow weak. Okay? But that wasn't what God had planned. God had planned them to spread out and fill the earth, not just to stay at home in one place. Okay? So that's sort of what's more going on there in the Tower of Babel narrative. A Mysterious Fungus asks, so is it likely they take history and basically ask, why did the gods do this? Or what does this event say about spiritual reality, if I'm understanding correct? Yeah, that's kind of more the gist of myth and history is how do they reconcile this to their idea of gods, essentially. Legend Ed, whatever. I know you don't want to answer my question for the reason of your knowledge of this. What question? You put a Q and a colon in front of it? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay. You know what he's talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about, man. If a Q and a colon isn't in front of the question, they didn't exist. Legends. Okay, he asks the question: did the pharaohs believe in reincarnation into other bodies on Earth after life? No, they did not believe in reincarnation. No, they did not believe in reincarnation at all. The pharaohs believed in an eternally cyclical afterlife. In the case of the pharaohs, they believed they spent eternity on the bark of Re, traveling with Re across the sky and into the underworld day after day after day. Essentially, the pharaohs were employed as scribes on the bark of Re. Okay? So, no, it doesn't. Freemasonry comes from ancient Egypt, I think. No, it doesn't. Freemasonry comes from essentially the guild movements of 17th century Europe. That's where it comes from. Yeah, then that's well documented. Even though they like to say they come from ancient Egypt and from the building of Solomon's temple, they didn't do any of that. It all comes out of the stone-cutting guilds, or there are other guilds too. Yeah, hence the name Freemasons. Yeah, it was the Stonecutters Guild. It was a protection racket. It was a protection racket for employment. Yeah, it was a workers' union. And there were lots of these guilds around. I mean, the guild system's very old. Okay, but the particular one for the Masons, that's a medieval one. They were the guys that built cathedrals. They built cathedrals. But as far as the pharaohs, no, the Egyptians didn't believe in reincarnation. That was not an Egyptian thought. They believed in a definite afterlife. If you were the king, you were a scribe on the bark of Amun-Re. If you were less than that, you basically spent eternity working the wheat fields of Osiris in the underworld, in the Duat. Okay, so that's essentially the Egyptian afterlife. Is you're either a scribe if you were king, or you're a farmer. And interestingly enough, it didn't matter what rank you were. You were always a farmer, whether you were a poor farmer, whether you were a slave, whether you were the vizier. Viziers became farmers in the fields of Osiris. Okay, but they had lots of shabties to do the work for them. Yeah, if you were the vizier, you spent eternity drinking beer under the tree while your shabties went to work for you. A.J. Higgins composer. So how did the Masons turn into what they are now if they just started as regular old guild with no secret practices? The stone cutting work dried up. That's what happened. Okay? So when they stopped building cathedrals, the Protestant Reformation didn't do good things for the Stonecutters Guild. I mean, that's what happened. Is Protestants don't build cathedrals. Okay. Uh This led to the problem of now chronic unemployment among stonecutters. Okay? So what happened was the Mason Guild still survived, but what they did was they arranged other work for their network. So it was basically the Protestant Reformation that created inadvertently Freemasonry by eliminating the need for cathedrals. Just Janice goes, laugh out loud, true. Oh yeah, there's a lot of unintended consequences for everything. Yeah. Yeah. Chow Yi says, I'm an Anglican and my church is literally a colonial era cathedral. Yeah. Well, they did still, like, the Anglicans still made cathedrals. Okay. But they did a lot less cathedrals, and their cathedrals weren't always made of stone. Some of them were. Like, you go to Liverpool, you'll see a couple of big Anglican cathedrals still there. But their newer cathedrals are definitely not these big hulking stone buildings. But a lot of Protestant denominations gave up the whole cathedral idea, particularly the Huguenots. They gave up the whole cathedral thing. Scottish Protestants gave it up too. Yeah, so Charlie H. Protestants have church and abandon Long John Silver's. Hey, at least you had a deep fat fryer there. Fish Fridays. Gotta have that Southern fried chicken after church. AJ Higgins, we're two or more, laugh out loud. Yeah. Okay, so that's talking a little bit about a little bit of more contemporary history than we normally talk on this channel. Okay. Yeah, sure. Legend asks, interesting, can one be a Christian and a Mason, or would we be heretics, as the Pope said? Christianity is not compatible with Masonry. All right. Here's the thing. Masonry says that there are many ways of God, and in fact, what Masonry teaches is that religion is a diamond, and each faith is a facet on the diamond, all of which don't have the truth but are pointing to the truth. This is completely contrary to the message of Christianity, which says Christ is the truth and the only way to the Father. Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except through him. Okay? So, yeah, it'd be the same for Jews too. Yeah. Yeah. The fact is that Masonry also teaches a form of salvation too. Um, it teaches that salvation is achieved through secret knowledge. That's akin to Gnosticism. That's not akin to Christianity. Christianity says it's your relationship with Jesus Christ that determines your salvific status. Okay? Yeah. 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 A.J. Higgins says you can be ethnically Jewish and not religiously Jewish. Yeah. So but here's one of the things. I mean, for say a religious Jew believes in monotheism. Okay? They're strongly monotheistic. Freemasons are not monotheistic. Okay? They're a lot of things, but they're not monotheistic. They're a kind of almost monistic pantheist. So that is really contrary to anything that we would recognize as the Judeo-Christian God. As I said, it's more like Gnosticism than it is like either Christianity or Judaism. Okay. Next one. PA88JII. Freemasons use the King James Bible. Yeah, they'll also use the Vedas and the Quran and the what's it called now? I mean, they'll use anything. They'll use anything. Again, Freemasons don't believe. Oh, Crowley. Yeah, they'll use Crowley. Yeah, they'll use Crowley's crap too. Yeah, the fact is that the Freemasons think that all religion points to a true source, but none of them have the truth. So, yeah, the fact they use the King James Bible is irrelevant because they'll use everything else too. They'll use the Quran. Okay. They'll use the Kabbalah. they'll use the Vedas. PA88JI says the vast majority of Freemasons I know are Christian. There are only a few Jews and some Muslims with majority or Christian. But that's going to depend on where in the world you are. Honestly, you know, you go to Masonry in Turkey, they'll be all using the Quran. You go to a Jewish quarter in Israel with Masons, they'll be using Kabbalah, okay, and the Old Testament. So it's Masonry is going to be very ethnically focused, and they're not going to be Christian in the way that, say, Orthodox Christians are. You know, comes to shove, they're going to use the Christian trappings, but redefining its content. And this is the problem, say, with Legend asks, could Freemasonry be based upon Satan worship? No, it's not based upon Satan worship. It's really based upon Hermetic thought. If we get right down to it, that's the roots of Masonic thought. This Masonic thought is not based upon Satanic thought, because Satanic thought is a kind of elitism. It's a kind of elite religion. Like Satanists don't worship Satan. They don't. Satanists worship themselves. They believe everyone else is stupid. That's sort of the... Yeah, including the Satanists standing right next to them. They think everyone else is stupid but them. It's an elite religion. Okay? Yeah, it does. But what Masonry is based upon is Hermeticism. Hermetic thought basically Western Europe Hermetic thought. We have to kind of understand that during the Enlightenment period, that there was a lot going on. A lot going on that most people don't understand. One of the things that was going on during that time was an occult movement. People talk about, for example, when we talk about the Enlightenment, we talk about Voltaire and Rousseau and Diderot and the Enlightenment philosophers. Well, as that was going on, at the very same time was happening the Jansenist Jesuit War and the revival of occultism in the West, particularly Hermeticism. Hermeticism and witchcraft. It was the revival of witchcraft. It was the revival of occultism, secret societies, occult rituals. This was all that stuff had been perhaps completely sort of forgotten about during the Middle Ages. You know, we kind of think of the Middle Ages as sort of this this era of say superstition, but you know, your typical person in the Middle Ages didn't believe in the occult. You know, they never practiced occult stuff. They didn't believe in vampires or ghosts much. Ghosts to some extent, but they didn't believe in vampires or werewolves or anything like that. All that stuff, though, got a big boost, big injected revival during the Enlightenment period. That 1650 to 1750 period. That was sort of, you know, fronted by the philosophers, but also had this entire, say, pendulum swing attached to it. So, as society swung to hyper-rationalism, it also swung back to hyper-superstition as well. Oh, Christopher Partridge? Yeah. Reenchantment of the West. Yeah. Yeah, so Freemasonry is not based upon Satan worship, not at all. It's based upon Hermeticism and sort of this occult revival of the Enlightenment period. Okay? So that's why the trappings of Freemasonry today are very Gnostic in nature, because Hermeticism, Hermetic thought, Western European Hermetic thought, is also very Gnostic, because that's where it got its inspiration from. Count of Marcy, there are Christian Freemasons who have no degrees. It's just a club, basically. Yeah, and it's a stupid club to be a part of. Okay? You know, this is one of the things I don't understand a Christian who had dabbled in the darkness here. Yeah, so I yeah. Yeah, this is one of the things I just don't get. It's sort of like, okay, yeah, they're joining a club, but it's a little bit like joining a Satanist group and saying, "Oh, I love the tea and coffee after." Okay, it's as I say, it's just crazy that people would dabble with the darkness like this. Yeah, it's like playing with a Ouija board. Yeah, you're going to get into trouble with it. Yeah, so it's just like, oh yeah, it's a LARP club. Some of it is, but here's the problem: when you start joining it as a club, people who join it as a club end up defending it because they have to defend it. You take an oath to. I mean, you can't just be a passive bystander in a club like that, because you're going to end up having to defend it. And I've known Christians, supposed Christians, who are also Freemasons and didn't know this, but you know, you start a lot of elders in churches, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're the kind that join that kind of club, exactly. But when I talk to them, here's the interesting thing. When I talk to there was an elder I knew who was a Freemason as well, Christian elder who was a Freemason, and he says he had the excuse it's just a club. It's like, okay, why are you part of a club that believes this? Immediately it wasn't, oh yeah, it's just I'm on the periphery and I don't believe any of that. It's not that. He came out and defended them. Oh, they're such a good, righteous, moral club. They do community service and all that. That's for the pagans, exactly. Yeah. They end up defending it instead of exposing it. So it's just like, okay, that's not a good thing. In fact, that's we're supposed to expose the darkness, not become entrapped by it, not become part of it. In the world, but not of the world. Yeah. Yeah. You become like Lot. You become like Lot. Lot gets closer. He starts by being a sheep herder on the far side of the Jordan. And then Lot starts moving closer and closer to Sodom and Gomorrah. And eventually, Lot gives up being a sheep herder. He gives up his sheep and moves into the city. He becomes part of Sodom and Gomorrah. He becomes part of it. And he doesn't even realize how far he's fallen. Merv says, but I thought being a Freemason was supposed to be a secret. If someone talks openly about being a member, could they end up in trouble? That never happens. Here's the thing. Yeah, it depends upon which secrets you tell. Freemasonry is always looking to recruit. They're if you've known enough Freemasons, they're always eager to recruit new members. Okay, and you could be their next new member. So how do they get you to be their new member? They tell you about it. Now, they're not going to tell you about the Scottish Rite. They're not going to tell you about the 50 levels of Freemasonry. They're not going to tell you the symbolism of what's it? Baal, Isis, Yahweh, something like that. Their weird abomination conglomerated god. I don't know how God and Yahweh are anyway compatible, but hey. Oh yeah. There's women have their own branches of masonry. Yeah. There's also the wives of the Masons. They've got their own branches. Some of them now have their own particular units of within masonry, but there's also been, say, the wives auxiliary as well. So yeah. Legend asks, can anyone join, or do they choose particular people usually? They are an elite. They do have an elitist membership. Okay. That's going to depend upon your region and your particular area, socioeconomic area. Okay. They will tend to pick people who have, say, business connections or industry connections and those things. So you usually can't be a bum. Okay. If you're a bum, they won't be interested in you. Okay. Yeah, if you're a bum, no one's really interested in you. Uh, PA88. You have to be a man of good moral character. What does that mean? That's like saying, oh, you have to be better than Hitler. Um, you have to believe in God and the afterlife. Well, yeah, exactly. But what exactly does that mean? What is the definition of God here? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is such a low bar as far as moral character. I mean, there's been a lot of Freemasons who cheat on their taxes, cheat on their wives, all that stuff. So exactly, what do we mean by good moral character here? Um, but you have to look good. You have to look good. You have to have the right connections, because this is all about connections. This this is a religious business organization. So okay. AJ Higgins, come come one, come all to ancient Egypt and the Bible. We've got Akkadian death threats, Mason exposés, and the secrets of the Bible David Roll doesn't want you to know about. Could be. Could be. And we got sock puppets. See, we got sock puppets. Never forget the sock puppets. All right. Let's take the next super chat here. That was fun. All right, Draco 1708. For $10, thank you for the super chat. Is Genesis 2:4 a chiasm recapping Genesis 1, or does verse 5 make a different creation narrative acting as a sequel? All right. In the day of the Lord made the earth and heavens, there was no bush. Okay, let's bring this up. It's a great question. We do get this somewhat frequently, but it's still a good question. Always bears repeating. Okay. We're not going to read the whole passage here, but we're going to focus on, say, the end here. Chapter 2. Okay. And the end of chapter 1, you got the sixth day being created. Chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were created, and all their host. And by the seventh day, the God created his work, which he had done. They rested on the seventh day from all his work he had done. Then God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work, which God had created and made. Verse 4 is the kicker here. This is what puts this all into context. This is the account of heavens and earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made heaven and earth. Okay, now, this word, this line here, this is the Toledot. Okay? This word account isn't account. It's Toledot. A Toledot is a genealogy. Okay? So what's happening here is what's happening here is you've got a Toledot, a genealogy, where Genesis 1:1 through 2 verse 3 is the first part of the genealogy. And then after this, okay, and we'll take a look here at verse 4 in the Hebrew here. Go to the Hebrew. Okay. So we've got this Toledot here, and this is the word the Toledot. This is the Toledot of heavens and earth. Okay? So what's going on here is we get this sort of sequence of this happening, this happening, this happening, this happening, this happening. This is the Toledot of heavens and earth when they were created. And then after this, okay? Okay, verse 5. Now, no shrub grew in the field. So, then the Lord created man. So, the events of chapter 2, verses 5 and onward, are happening after the Toledot. This is the same language we find with other Toledots. For example, we find this, for example, in Genesis 11, where we get that sort of long genealogy. Okay, and that genealogy starts with Noah, and it ends with Terah, and then it goes after that. You get the narrative of Abraham. Okay, this is the structure that we're seeing here in Genesis 1 to 2 and Genesis 11 and 12. Whereas you get this long Toledot to begin with, and then that's the context. That Toledot is the context. And then right after that is the event. Okay? So, in these Toledot event structures, you get the preamble first. That all happens before that Toledot happens all before the event. And then the event takes place. This is exactly what's happening in Genesis 1 and 2. So it's not a chiasm. It's not two separate accounts. It's one account being strung together. First with a Toledot, then with the main events of what's happening in the garden. So, very, very clear what's going on there. Okay, so that's what's happening here, and we very much. I mean, this is what's going on. So, I hope that helps, and I hope that explains this. Genesis 1 through to 2, verse 4 is the Toledot. It's the preamble. And then 5, 2:5 to the end of chapter 3 was happening in the garden. Okay? So, I hope that helps you to understand the sequence of events here. It's not a chiasm. It's not two accounts. One account with a Toledot followed by a narrative. It's a structure. We see this many times in the Old Testament. Okay? We also see this in other places too. So it's not even restricted to this. But it's a very classic formula in Biblical Hebrew. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Okay, we're down to the last super chat here. Then we'll take some non-super chats. Maybe have a foodie section. Who knows? Although we did kind of already with the peppers, didn't we? All right, the final super chat here we have is from AJ Higgin, composer, for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the difference between using AI in archaeology, as in the Dead Sea Scrolls analysis, and the computer technology that has been used before? Okay, that's kind of a difficult thing to say because I'd have to recap an entire field of work here. Before AI got into this, they used to call this the digital humanities. And textual analysis was considered to be part of the digital humanities. So computers have always been used to do, say, writing analysis, try to identify common authors, that sort of thing. So, so there's a lot here of that, a long history here since the 1960s. I mean, people have been using computers with the Dead Sea Scrolls since the 1960s. Okay, this is nothing new. They've used it to try to pattern match fragments, all that. So, is there a big difference in using AI in this in the Dead Sea Scroll analysis? Um, the only thing I would say is the recent Dead Sea Scroll analysis has more limited data. Okay, what I mean by limited data is they've sort of narrowed the scope of it to the opinion of the scholars, the carbon-14 dating, and then what the computer thinks is sort of the um is sort of where it sits, but these texts sit between the scholarly opinion and the carbon-14 dating. And their use of AI here was sort of kind of to adjudicate. Okay, so on the one hand, scholarly opinion tends to late date these fragments, whereas the carbon-14 tends to early date the fragments. That seems to be the general sort of divide here between the carbon-14 analysis and, say, the scholarly epigraphic analysis of it. So you've got those two kind of extremes, and what they're doing is they're trying to use AI to try to match certain authors together, match and sort of come to a consensus of, say, like authors are going to, say, be in a like period, so that if there's any sort of divergence between scholarly opinion and the carbon-14, that it'll come to sort of a more consensus position. Okay? So it's a different methodology than, say, what was used with the computer technology that preceded it. I think if the sample size was large enough, it might be effective. I mean, it's a tool, so I wouldn't say it's ineffectual, but I would also say too that it also is the sort of standing on the shoulders of a lot of the computer technology that came before it. So, but yeah, people have been using technology with the Dead Sea Scroll analysis for years, decades. So there's nothing new about this. But I think what is new is what they've done here is try to apply computerized analysis with um, with that carbon-14 plus the opinions of real human scholars. Okay, so they've got the real human scholar opinion, they got the carbon-14, and they know it's somewhere in between, or at least they think it's somewhere in between. The problem is there is a possibility here that both the scholars and the carbon-14 is wrong. If they're both wrong, then the actual result of the age of those texts is going to be way outside. And I think one of the things that I think is sort of problematic about the new Dead Sea Scrolls analysis is it sort of doesn't give any option for there to be a text that's older than the carbon-14 or younger than the scholarly analysis. They're using the scholarly analysis and the carbon-14 as fence posts, and then telling the AI it's got to be somewhere in between. Yeah, the AI is going to find exactly the answer it was told to find. So in some ways, it's leading the witness. It's leading the witness to get the results they want. And I think that's sort of the issue here, is if they just sort of took the shackles off the AI and say, okay, without consulting the scholarly opinion, without consulting the carbon-14, hey, go date it. See what we get. It isn't that. It is definitely using the other two results to come to another conclusion, to try to find a consensus between the two opinions. And it just happens to be using a computer-generated epigraphy to guide that. So, I mean, it's not the worst methodology, but it also has problems too. it could end up being not so effective in the long run. So anyway, I hope that helps. There's lots and lots of papers been done on computer technology that's been used for analyzing the Dead Sea Scrolls. Again, this goes all the way back to the 1960s. They were using old mainframes for this initially, but yeah, it's a lot of people have done a lot of computer work. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, foodie. Woohoo. So that's the last of the super chats. All right, we got a foodie question. Foodie question. What kind of sauce works best with pasta? Pesto? Alfredo? Simple tomato sauce? Ooh, that's going to depend. It's going to depend on your pasta. It's going to depend on what you want to eat. Okay? And those aren't the only types of sauces, too. You could have a carbonara. Yeah, carbonara is good. You know, that's shredded cheddar, a couple eggs, bacon. Oh, yeah. And you just combine that all together in hot pasta. You get this creamy sauce. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So, yeah, carbonara is fantastic. You could do something as simple as butter. Butter and garlic. Yeah. Butter and parsley. Laugh out loud. We've gone to pasta. Yep. We've gone to pasta. Yeah, it's nowhere near keto. You know, sometimes it's if you have a ravioli, you could sometimes a good Alfredo. Delicious. Delicious. A little cream. I mean, there's traditional Alfredos and there's also other kinds of Alfredos too. Like a traditional Alfredo is really just butter and Parmesan. But there's also cream-based Alfredos too, which are also really delicious. Love a good cream-based Alfredo, which is like cream, Parmesan, little nutmeg. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. But also too, there's not just one type of tomato sauce as well. There are tomato meat sauces, like tomato meat. I can't remember the name of the tomato meat sauce at the moment. There's also a double cooked tomato sauce too, which uses a kind of Maillard effect to really get a rich tomatoey pasta. Are Pop-Tarts a ravioli? They're technically a pastry because they're not boiled. I cannot imagine a boiled Pop-Tart. No, Pop-Tarts are not a ravioli. Pop-Tarts look like ravioli. Just Janice should be grateful to have any sauce on pasta. Yeah, sure. I love pasta. I absolutely adore pasta, and now I'm hungry for pasta. I was hungry for tomato soup earlier in the live stream. Now I'm hungry for pasta. We do have pasta in the drawer, by the way. Okay. AJ Higgins, breakfast dessert pizzas, yay or nay? Depends. Okay. Yeah, they're just as healthy as a dessert. I've actually had some decent dessert pizzas. I once had an apple strudel pizza that was delicious. Okay. I've also had a strawberry pizza that was good too. And the strawberry pizza was just slices of strawberry on top of a pizza crust with a sugar crumble over top. And it was good. It was really good. Favorite Pop Tart? I hate Pop Tarts. Absolutely despise Pop Tarts. Yuck, yuck. Pop Tarts are disgusting. Um, I had to. I ate Pop Tarts when I had to take my car in for repairs once, and it was a long repair. And this car shop didn't give you a loaner, so I was like there for like hours in the morning, and I had to eat for breakfast a couple Pop Tarts from a vending machine. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. I don't know how people Pop Tarts. They are nasty, nasty. Uh, Janice says no. Scone jam and cream is better. Certainly where I live, it's a mandate. Um, I actually like scones. Scones, um, I like some scones. Let me qualify that. I like some scones. Some scones are too dry for my liking. Crumpets, I love. Crumpets, I think, are delicious. But getting a good crumpet here is virtually impossible. It's hard to even get a good white muffin over here, too. I mean, English muffins are okay here, but they're not as good as over in England. So, yeah, I like crumpets. Crumpets and honey are it's oh boy, that is yummo, yummo. Um, a scone, a British scone can be nice. It can be nice. Um, if it's fresh, it has to be fresh. You know, a day. There's nothing worse than a day old scone. So, yeah, do not like Pop Tarts. Scones, I'm depends. Crumpets are delicious. All right. Okay. We just got a super chat here. PA888JII 1999. I'm not sure why your mod blocked me from the chat. I do give you a super chat every time I catch you on live. Did you block him? PA888JJJII. I don't think we blocked you. We didn't block you, man. No, we didn't block you. No. Um. No. Let's see. I'll look back here, but no. You weren't blocked, man. No, I. If you'd been blocked, you wouldn't be able to do a super chat. Okay. Yeah, if you were blocked, you wouldn't be able to super chat right now because blocking also blocks super chats. Okay. So I don't know what happened. Um, yeah, YouTube's done something strange with names here. There's a strange YouTube change going on here. A lot of people tonight have reported that their real name has been showing up, or like, um, Slamrn says, he probably made another account at Ancient Egypt in the Bible. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But you weren't blocked tonight, as far as I know. Um, and frankly, we don't have very many mods either. So, pretty limited who could block you here. We only have one mod on tonight. So, AJ says he's a channel member. Oh, yeah. I can see he's a channel member. But, that doesn't prevent you from being blocked either. Channel members can be blocked. Anyone can be blocked, either temporarily or permanently. We don't tend to do that unless you're really misbehaving. And if we try to make it clear that if you're misbehaving, we give you some chances before we sort of block you. But if you're doing outrageous behavior, yeah, we're gonna block you. But we didn't block you, so I don't know what you're talking about here, man. So thank you very much for the super chat. But if you had been blocked, you you wouldn't be able to do a super chat. So okay, AJ Higgins, which era of Saturday morning's cartoon did you watch? Oh, what era of Saturday morning cartoon did I watch? I watched Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons, the old Scooby Doo. Um, I sort of got in on the tail end of Robotech, but really on the tail end of that. So, so that's sort of my era. I was watching cartoons in the 1970s, essentially. So, so that's sort of my era of cartoons is the 1970s, really early 80s. Okay, so that's sort of my area. Battle of the Planets. Used to watch Battle of the Planets. Hey, Gotchaman that had been the English version of Gotchaman that got cleaned up for television because because the Japanese version of Gotchaman is super ultra violent. uh PA8 for 4.99 says, and thank you for that super chat. My name is Paul. I'm not sure what's going on with the usernames. Yeah, everyone's usernames are kind of messed up tonight. This is a YouTube thing. We don't know what's going on. This is totally um this is totally a YouTube thing. A lot of people have complained about this. Um yeah. I can Yeah. Yeah, this is a YouTube thing. YouTube is acting up tonight. We don't know what's going on. Um yeah, it was just bizarre. Slamar and says, I was a soldier stationed in Germany during the 70s. Ancient in Egypt in the Bible. You are young. I'm glad that I'm young to someone. But yeah, I watched cartoons. I was a child in the 70s. I was a child in the 70s. Slamar, keep complaining. This is in beta. Yeah, at Ancient Egypt in the Bible. Yeah. I don't know what. I have no idea what's happening on YouTube right now. YouTube has just gone off the rails right now. I don't understand what changes are they're making at YouTube, but it's it's really strange what's happening. Let me put it this way: you have to be, in order to even respond on our chat, you have to be a channel subscriber. Okay, we do subscribers only on this channel for our live streams, and that's because it takes care of all the bots. Okay, so the bots don't get in because we do subscriptions instead of, say, have a bunch of mods try to get rid of all the bots. So, but as far as the names go, that this is weird. This is really weird, and I don't understand what's going on with YouTube right now. But yeah, a lot of people's complained about it tonight. Okay. Let's get some non-super chats in if we got any left. I think we're down to that point. Try to zip to the top here. Huh. Yeah, weird. What do we got for non-super chats, hon? I've answered most of them. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll take that. 6. Okay. Okay. Gaius Octavius asks, why was Israel so technologically behind in comparison to its neighbors? Was it because God wanted them to chiefly rely on him? Um, they weren't so technologically behind, and I mean, they were an Iron Age society. So, I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by technologically behind. Um, so that's going to depend upon what exactly you mean by technologically behind. They were a pastoralist society. Okay, they were sheep herders. Okay, they weren't ignorant, and I think that's a confusion that I think we want to um keep clear here. They weren't ignorant, but they were pastoralists. You know, they basically took their flocks and uh, tended them across a expanse of land. That was basically what they did, and as a result, they tended to form farming communities. They did have some cities. Um, in the cities, the technology would have been more substantial than you would have found out in the country. But that's true of every society. In every society, technology is more concentrated in cities than it is in the farmlands. So I don't know what you mean here exactly by technology. Okay? Because as far as I can think of, they had sort of the same technology as you would find in other places in the ancient Near East, at least during the Iron Age. Okay, so um, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. But again, you'd have to be a bit more specific here. Okay, I see a couple by AJ Higgins. He asks, "Do we really know how ancient Egyptian music sounded like?" No, no, we don't. We do have some instruments. We believe they used a 5-note system. Okay, but that's supposition. Okay, we're not exactly sure. But they seem to have used a 5-note scale. But we don't exactly know what those notes were because we don't have any of their instruments in tune. Okay? We don't know what Egyptian tunings was like. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we do get people who have made claims about how ancient Egyptian music sounded like, but those are interpretations. We don't know the exact scale. Some have inferred that it is based upon the Egyptian Arabic music scale, which is also a 5-note system. But we don't exactly know what it sounded like. We have no Egyptian music recorded, as in like written down, so we don't know what their musical notation was, if they had musical notation at all. We have no idea about that. We do know they had instruments. They had lyres. They had drums. They had sistrum, okay? Which is a kind of rattle. It's a kind of rattle. They had horns. So they had a wide variety of instruments. But exactly how that all sounded together and as a musical, we do know that they did play these instruments in with other instruments. So you might have one person on a lyre, you might have another person on a drum, you might have another person use a sistrum. We don't know how it all sounded together. So we don't really know how it all worked together. We just know that um we just know that they had that. They had music, they had a system of music, we just don't know what it is. So because we don't know what it is, We don't know their tunings. Can't really tell what it sounded like. Much as it'd be really awesome to find. Okay? But anyway, thank you for that question. Really appreciate it. Okay, Paul says, for 1999, thank you again for that super chat. Okay, I did it from my phone. I was watching your show on my TV, so I'm not mad or anything. I still think you're awesome. Well, we think you're awesome too, okay? We appreciate your support of the channel. As I said, we just don't know what's happening tonight on YouTube. It's strange. YouTube is right now having some real conniptions, okay? And we don't know what's going on. Wished we did. It could explain why our views are so low tonight. You know, I noticed that. Yeah. Let me check something. Let me check my subscribers. That could be an issue. What if we lost all our subscribers? No, our subscribers are fine. In fact, they're even up a little bit. That's probably because people are resubscribing. There's something really weird happening on YouTube right now. Really, really weird. And I don't have an explanation for it. And I've got I have right now 4 windows open with the live chats. Okay, so I'm seeing this all happen at once here. I do see our concurrent viewers are way down. Some of the people who are normally here on Friday nights aren't. AT Ministries is not here tonight. I wonder if he had problems. Jack Ray isn't here tonight. So yeah, they're all out a night off, but it's kind of strange that he usually lets us know when he's not in. Let me just take a quick look at Discord and see if there's anything funky happening there where people have said something here. They're not going to be there or something like that. No, nothing out of the ordinary on Discord. Yeah, very strange. Very, very strange. No, nothing out of the ordinary. It's a big Rich Luciano says it's a big travel weekend. Is it? Is it a big travel weekend? What is it? It's Islamic New Year? Okay, but that doesn't apply to most of our audience here. June 30th is International Asteroid Day. Oh, it's the long weekend for Canada Day, too. That shouldn't affect them. July the 4th is next weekend. No, I don't get it. Yeah, Mysterious Fungus says, seems like accounts got messed up. Let's see if there's any announced YouTube outages. YouTube outages. No, nothing that I can tell. No current problems. Okay, nothing. I don't see any issues with YouTube. Down detector. Yeah, it doesn't say any problems. I don't know. Yeah, everyone is getting messed up here. Everyone is getting messed up. So, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, yeah, I don't know why Jack Ray isn't here. I don't know. I talked to AT earlier in the day. I don't know what happened to him. So, um, Mama and family probably are just having their regular their family night off tonight. So, because they were there last week. So, um, yeah, I don't know. So anyway, okay. Yeah, something strange happening on YouTube. I don't know what it is. Maybe I don't know. Okay, AJ Higgins, composer, asks the non-super chat question: how do we avoid brain rot and procrastination as students? Ooh, ooh. Well, those are two different things: brain rot and procrastination. Okay, procrastination is putting off what you're supposed to do, essentially. Now, there have been some studies that have connected procrastination with depression, which is not at all uncommon in students. Okay? In fact, it almost comes with the territory. If you're a student, you're almost going to be certainly clinically depressed at some point. I mean, or you're not trying hard enough.
Or you're failing all your classes hard and hard, and you're going to be.
Or you're partying really hard, failing all your classes, and you will be depressed at the end of it. Okay? So, you know, there is that. So, yeah, a lot of procrastination has to do with um um self-regulation, that sort of thing. Okay? So there are problems, psychological problems that are often associated with with depression, and procrastination is sometimes the outcome of, say, depression. Okay? So we got to keep in mind that not all procrastination is the student's fault. Sometimes it is just sort of a symptom of a bigger problem. Now, brain rot. Brain rot's different. Now, what do we mean by brain rot? When we talk about brain rot, and that's really not a great term for it anyway. Brain rot is when your mental faculties atrophy. Okay, they atrophy, so your brain becomes has less plasticity. You can't focus for as long. Your mental capabilities become diminished. Okay, so there is a difference between brain rot, and which is basically a lack of mental plasticity, versus procrastination, okay, which is sort of a side effect of depression. Now, you can treat procrastination, okay? You can, I mean, there are people who used to pick themselves up by the bootstraps and continue to work even through depression, okay? Brain rot is usually caused by something else. Usually, that lack of mental plasticity is because you've offloaded your mental thinking to something else. Okay? Now, for example, we are now seeing this, for example, amongst readers today. Readers today have a lower attention span. They don't read books anymore. Okay, quick poll. Okay? If you're a listener on this channel, put a 1 in the chat if you've read a book this month, a whole book. Okay? Put a 0 if you have not read a whole book, cover to cover, this month. All right? So, I just want to get us kind of a... we can probably put a poll, can't we? Wait, let me put a poll. We'll do that. We're gonna do a poll. Wait, hold it. We're gonna do a poll. Just give me a moment here to do a poll. Start a poll. All right. Have you read an entire book cover to cover this month? All right. Start poll. All right, there we go. There's a poll. We never use the poll facility. We have it, but we never use it. Okay, so we're at 75% here. Say yes. Now, we do recognize that our particular demographic is more well-read than the average. Okay? Now, yeah. Okay. Yeah. The fact is that when we talk about reading habits, this whole idea of sitting down and reading a book cover to cover is something that people are being trained out of doing. So, nope, you got to read a whole book cover to cover. One book, not just finish an old book. Read it from beginning to end in the last 30 days. We'll give you 30 days. Yeah, 30 days. Okay? 30 days. You should be able to read a book cover to cover in 30 days, no problem. Okay? But how many people, I mean, the fact is that they did a survey of college graduates. Now, these are people who've graduated college. They're supposed to be readers. Okay? 25% of college graduates never read another book again in their lives. Okay? That is a terrifying statistic. Okay? One of the things we've also learned that from recent studies of, say, grad students, these are people who've graduated from college, they're doing a master's degree or PhD, is grad students are being trained out of reading whole books. They're being trained to just read just the snippet they need and move on to the next book. So one of the things we're finding is that a lot of grad students now are coming out, are graduating from graduate programs and no longer have the capacity to read because they spent 10 years just reading the snippet they need and moving on. Even graduate students no longer have the mental plasticity to sit down and read a whole book. So, I know, like, for example, our poll is going to be very, very skewed towards readers. And right now, it's looking like 69% of the people who have taken our poll so far, have read a whole book in the last month. Okay, that is much, much higher than average. Much higher. But then again, too, we have a community on this channel that is, that values reading, that values literacy, that wants to read the Bible and understand it more, that reads fiction, that reads nonfiction. That's it. And again, this is one thing that's been part of, say, our community here. That's sort of very different than most YouTube channel communities. Most YouTube channels don't have a community that values or esteems reading. And this is one of the things I think we have really tried to inculcate here, is that literature is important. Nonfiction is important. Reading in general is important. It keeps your mind flexible. It opens you to new ideas. So, just the exercise of reading is important. And look, if you don't read, I don't think anyone on this channel can't read, but if you don't read, it can be hard to get back into it. You know, and one of the things I think is reading's a mental discipline. It's a mental discipline, and you can lose it. It's a discipline you can lose. You have to keep it up by reading. You know, keep reading. Just Janice says, my daughter will get through a book a day. Her knowledge through books is incredible. Well, that's where I get most of my knowledge, is through books. I read constantly, you know. But I will sometimes just, take a couple hours out and read a novel. I will take a few hours out and read a nonfiction book, cover to cover. But that's how I do it. People ask, how do I know so much? Is I read. I read, and I read voraciously. This is how I do it, is I read everything. So, but yeah, it's one of those things where, I think we do need to read more. Not less, more. And I think this is it. And I think it's really sad that reading has been now come to be seen as a non-practical thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was a guy who just recently graduated from UCLA. And at the graduation ceremony, he held up the laptop with the ChatGPT prompt that he used for all his final projects. I mean, the dude completely cheated himself out of an education. Didn't get what an education was about. For him it was just, probably. Yeah, probably just got hired somewhere, Probably can't do anything. Yeah, it's just but that's when we talk about brain rot, that's what we're talking about, is offloading our thinking to, doesn't matter if it's a Google search, and frankly, AI is just the tip of the iceberg here. Before AI, it was Google and your cell phone. There's been studies where it talks about, people who think they're smart and can answer any question. And they would, at first they would be given their cell phone, and they thought that they were so smart because they would look it up on the cell phone without thinking. Yeah, get 80-90% correct. Yes. Okay. But then they took their cell phones away, and that average dropped, plummeted to like 30-40%. They weren't as smart as they thought they were because they had offloaded all their thinking to Google search. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is they were asked those same questions the first time. So it's not like they didn't have the questions. They'd already known answers to the questions ahead of time. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even retain the information. Yeah. But that's what we're seeing with brain rot, is offloading of mental capacity. People are not growing their mind. They're just offloading it to something else to think for them. And this is the danger of AI as far as the development of human beings go, the development of students, is it's offloading thinking. And it's just, that's crazy. Here was one of the things I thought was really sort of funny, is these AI detectors. Oh, they're just as bad as AI itself. Okay, I love this thing about AI detectors. They'll be these people who go around and say, "Oh yeah, I can detect AI," and they'll plug something into an AI detector to detect if it's AI. Well, AI detectors are just as fallible as the AI itself, because the AI detector is a kind of AI. An AI detector can't tell the difference between something AI generated and a Photoshop photo montage. Cannot tell the difference. It will sometimes identify photo montages that are made out of entirely sourced material as AI. It will also give you a false negative too, where it will take a look at some, say, AI generated content and declare it 100% human. So, these yeah, I've seen both situations where it gave a false negative or a false positive on a photo montage, and I've also seen it do a false negative. So yeah, it's just crazy that people have become so dependent on AI so fast and they don't even know it. Yeah, Count of Marcy, artificial information, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And this is not going to go away because people have become dependent upon it so fast. Now, I will qualify, I think there are legitimate uses for AI. Absolutely, I think there are legitimate uses for it. I don't think it's a replacement, though, for human thought. And I don't think it's a replacement for human creativity. I think you can leverage it for human creativity. Now, I would never write a book using AI. Okay? But we also have to be Slamoran, I had to wait 6 minutes before I could post on this new handle. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's the window. Okay, yeah. That's to prevent bots. Okay. So if you start a new handle, you can't post until 6 minutes passed. That's how we eliminate bots. Yeah, that's just yeah, we only allow subscribers who have been on here for 6 minutes, who've been subscribed for 6 minutes. Your average bot won't do that. So okay, Mysterious Fungus asked the question. When getting books to start learning a certain topic, should I start with one book and then buy another only after I finish that one? Or buy a bunch of books and read them at the same time? Start with one. I mean, it only makes sense. Start with a good general book on the subject. Okay? And then I'll give you a pro tip. Here's the pro tip. Once you read that book, look at the bibliography. Beat you! Beat you to the punch! Yeah, that's what academics do, yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of
so
us wanted to be reading
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here's what you can do. You have a built-in book list into practically every good book. And if it doesn't have a bibliography, it's probably not a good book. Okay? Oh yeah, there are circular bibliographies too, but just as just sort of a starter here. If you want to learn a subject, start with one good book. One good book. And then use the bibliography to come up with your next book in the list. And so on. And this is how people drill down into a subject. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Messianic Talmud, or read a scientific paper and check the citations. Some have 50 plus. Here's the one caveat with scientific papers, though. If you want to read books, scientific papers will usually quote other peer-reviewed research, other scientific papers. It's great if you want to read more scientific papers. Not so great if you want to read books. Books will quote other books. Scientific papers tend to quote books a lot less because books don't rate as high on the peer review scale. So for a scientific paper to be, quote, well cited, it usually has to quote other scientific papers. So that's a great tip for reading, starting with one scientific paper and reading more scientific papers. But if you want to read books, you kind of have to start with them. Mysterious Fungus asks, is there a way to know if a book has a useful bibliography before buying it? Yes, there is actually a couple ways you can do this. Sometimes the bibliography will appear on Amazon's excerpts. Go check the look inside thing on Amazon. Sometimes the look inside thing will give you like the first, the cover, the index, the first chapter, but then it'll take you to the bibliography, the end matter. So you can sometimes get a snippet of the bibliography on the look inside feature on Amazon. You can also see it sometimes on Google Scholar. There's another place you can sometimes see that. In Google Scholar, they'll sometimes do the same thing. Give you the table of contents, a snippet in there, and then the bibliography. Okay? I have. Okay? So, it's one way you can do it. You could go to the library, get the book there. Of course, then you got access to the book. Conferences.
And
Yeah.
people,
Yeah.
they go there.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll see that at conferences all the time, where scholars will pick up a book, they go right to the back to look at the bibliography. Yeah. Now, how do you know if a bibliography is useful? Right. Look at how recent the books are in it. All right. Use this as a negative example. Right. The Net Bible. We still have to do the review on this. I keep saying I'm going to do it. Yeah. But the bibliography in here isn't good. And this has a bibliography in it, which comes from for as the cited works. And the problem is that some of this stuff in this bibliography is so old. Okay? You know, we got who we got here? Just doing a flip and find here. Hans Bauer and Pontus Leander, Grammar of Biblical Aramaic, 1927. Okay. Critical Exegetical Commentary on the Gospel according to St. John, 1928. Got lots of stuff from the 1960s, and that's pushing it. If it's older than 50 years old, it probably is out of date already. But if it's talking about stuff from the early 20th century and late 19th century, it's way out of date. Book of Judges, 1920. The Oracles of Jacob and Balaam, 1938. Oh boy. Yeah, this is not good. For a bibliography, this is terrible. The Book of Job by A.B. Davidson, 1918. 1918. August Dillman, Genesis critically and exegetically expounded, 1897. The Gospel of St. John by Marcus Dodds, 1897 to 1910. R.S. Driver, Treatise on the Use of Tenses in Hebrew and Some Other Syntactical Questions, 3rd edition, 1892. Okay? Alright, so, that is an example of a terrible bibliography. A useless bibliography. Okay? So, if it is so old that, oh, a mysterious fungus says, so anything below 1950 is an automatic no. Yeah, I'd say that's an automatic no. I would even say that anything from 1975 is pushing it. Okay? Yeah, anything like from 1950 is automatically a no. Anything from 1975 should or older should be a no. Slammer said, my book is coming tomorrow. I finally broke down and got the furniture book. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you'll love the book. It's beautifully illustrated, so at least I hope you love it. Please do leave a review, okay? We really appreciate that. So yeah, yeah, if your bibliography has a lot of material, and it's okay to have one or two things from that are old references, because sometimes there's, well, not that just that they wrote old stuff, they sometimes wrote the definitive thing on it. Okay, and that happens sometimes where it's the definitive final statement on the question. Okay, and but dang, even in those cases, you can sometimes find more current stuff that talk about that. So it's usually still not a good look for bibliographies to have old stuff. I mean, I still see bibliographies that mention E.A. Budge. Yeah, terrible. And I mean, he was terrible. I mean, he was really. I mean, he was not only. I mean, he was not only old but low quality too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see a lot of Budge being quoted by quasi-Egyptologists. You see it used by fringe chronologists. Fringe chronologists love Budge. I mean, Titus Kennedy, in one of his papers, quoted an article about the Amarna letters that dated to the 1930s. Which quoted basically said that the Amarna letters date to the 15th century, and that's what he was depending on for his argument, was that the Amarna letters date to the 15th century. And it's like, no modern Egyptologist thinks that anymore. It's the Amarna letters dates to the 14th century. It's 100 years out. Okay, but he was using this article that was so old to prove his point, and it was in relation to Jericho, that it skewed his entire argument. So absolutely, you want a bibliography that has recent scholarship. That's the sign of a useful bibliography. Is the scholarship recent? Is it of high quality? It can be sometimes hard to Slamaran says the Amarna letters date to the 14th century BCE, specifically during the reigns of pharaohs Amenhotep, Akhenaten, and the 18th dynasty, Egypt AI. Well, yeah. It is 14th century. 13 in the 1350s. Okay, it's the 1350s, 1340s. So that's the ballpark for the Amarna letters. Amenhotep III all the way to Tutankhamun. So yeah, but to use something that dates to the 1930s to date the Amarna letters is not responsible scholarship. So yeah, so that's how you tell a good bibliography. Is the scholarship current? Is the scholarship high quality? And if it's both, then you probably got a good bibliography on your hands. Mr. Fungus says, thanks for answering my questions. I primarily want to know this to get information about biblical history, as you can guess, especially the Exodus. I want to start going more in depth. And that's a good thing. That's what we're trying to encourage here. We are trying to encourage you to go deeper. Go deeper, read more, learn for yourself. We're not teaching you, spoon-feeding you the answers here. Well, to some extent. But we want to encourage you to start fishing. We want to teach you to fish, not just give you fish. Yeah, okay, there's going to be some questions that are going to be so hard or so out of your wheelhouse that it's worth asking. Absolutely. But we want to encourage you to go deeper, to start finding answers for yourself. Because we're not going to be around forever. Okay? It might... Tomorrow's kind of dicey. We might not be here tomorrow. I mean, YouTube blowing up. I've got gray hair. Okay, yeah, it's not... We're not going to last forever. Okay? Okay? So, who knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So we want to encourage our viewers to start looking things up for themselves, getting their own answers, okay? And do it in a way that is more likely to get them an accurate result. So, fission? Well, maybe. Who knows? So, we want you to go deeper. We want you to eventually be less dependent on us, because we want to train you to be the next future leaders of the faith, whatever faith you hold. So that's why we do this. We do have a mission statement, and we rarely talk about it, but one of our 4 key points on our mission statement is to raise up the next generation of leaders. So, Just Janice says, by the grace of God, we are still here. Yeah, praise the Lord. I hope that's the case. Okay, so it is after midnight now. Thanks to the foodie contingent on this channel, and I'm going to end that poll there. And our poll ended up being that 2/3 of you have read of 18 viewers who answered, have read an entire book cover to cover this month, and that's really good, actually, for a channel like this. That's fantastic. 33% haven't. So again, we would encourage you to read, to grow. Don't ignore the rest of the faith either. Pray, study your Bible, do those things, but go deeper. Go deeper and start finding some of these answers for yourself. And if you need help, we're here. That's what we do. Okay, so we're going to call it a night here. We want to thank all of you who donated super chats and who has generously donated to us on through PayPal. We really, really appreciate that support. Again, it really Out of the Silent Planet. I had a hard time getting into that book. Hard time getting into that book. That's C.S. Lewis. That's the Paralandra theory. That's part 2 of Paralandra, I believe. Book 2 of Paralandra. Yeah, I had a hard time reading Out of the Silent Planet. C.S. Lewis's science fiction style didn't resonate with me all that well. So I might give it another try, but yeah. I tried reading it twice because I really wanted to get into C.S. Lewis, but I just found it kind of dull. So it wasn't sort of my cup of tea at the time. It might be different now, but I'd have to probably give it another read. Recently I've been reading a lot more Hemingway, honestly. So that's been basically my. I read a lot of recently a lot of C.M. Forrester, uh, uh, Endo. I read some Endo. Um, uh, what's your friend's name? Um, Pierre Alden. Read some Alden recently. Um, absolutely, I've been, but I haven't been reading much C.S. Lewis lately. So anyway, we're gonna wrap it up here. Again, I want to thank everyone who supported us through your super chats. We want to thank you so much. If you donated through PayPal, we want to thank you for that too. You put food on our table, and really, really appreciate it. Hopefully, by next week, YouTube will get its act back into order. Yeah, but we're not happy with YouTube right now. So, we also want to thank our YouTube membership supporters and our Patreon supporters. We want to thank you because you keep the equipment repaired, and we really appreciate that, especially as things break. We also want to thank our regular subscribers, you guys who actually watch our videos, who hit that like and subscribe button, and who recommend our URLs to other social media platforms. You guys do get the message out. With that said, thank you very much for watching tonight. Glad you could join us. We hope you had a good time. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt, the Bible. Good night, everyone.